that greatness is not inherited. It is not because of any names that we bear. It's not because of anything or any one or single thing that we do. But it is built, Mr. Speaker, one decision, one action at a time. I believe, therefore, sir, that this life that we are here remembering today, the life and legacy of Sir Gary, now offers to us many lessons. It offers to us a roadmap of sorts. It offers to us a blueprint of sorts. And though not a cricketer myself, in examining his life and his legacy, there are several lessons that I believe. And today, in my tribute to him, I want to examine his life in the context of some of those lessons, as we all continue to write our name on history's page. The first lesson, Mr. Speaker, is that greatness does not depend on where you start. Greatness does not depend, Mr. Speaker, on where we start. Sir Gary was born on the 28th of July in 1936, and he was born in one of the poorer communities in Barbados at that time. Before he ever became a cricket legend, sir, we have heard of some of the turmoil and some of the challenges that he faced. He lost his father at just 5 years old. His family, of course, as many families of that era, endured financial hardship. He grew up, Mr. Speaker, without any privilege. We talk about a gold spoon, silver spoon. Some people even have platinum spoons. He didn't have any kind of spoon of that nature, Mr. Speaker, sir. He didn't grow up with privilege. And Mr. Speaker, the stories are told that he played cricket as a young lad with whatever equipment was available. As I would have mentioned, even from my own experience, having a makeshift wooden cricket bat made for myself, I'm sure that he had even less than that. But he played the game with whatever equipment he had. And Mr. Speaker, many persons who grow up in those circumstances may just accept those to be permanent. Accept that this is my lot or their lot in life. Accept that these circumstances will be my destiny. But Mr. Speaker, if there's one lesson that we can learn from Sir Gary, is that greatness does not depend on where we start. He refused to accept those beginning circumstances to become permanent in his own life and his own experience. So what can we take away from that? Never allow your circumstances to become your entire identity. And also, as has been the case in some people's story in Barbados, never allow your address to determine your destiny. Mr. Speaker, the second lesson is never stop developing. Many people think of Sir Gary, sir, as having arrived at international cricket as a complete cricketer, a complete player, already brilliant. I heard people say that they use the word to describe him as a prodigy, skilled in all sorts of bat and ball sports from a very young age. Some even consider that he was highly favored by the way that he was able to maneuver through the politics that is cricket of that time. But Mr. Speaker, sir, he did not arrive at international cricket level and status as a complete player. He did not. He entered the West Indies team primarily because of his left arm spin bowling, not because of his batting prowess. And instead, Mr. Speaker, of just remaining a bowler, instead of just perfecting the bowling artistry, mastery of bowling, he decided that he would work tirelessly at his craft, the entire craft. And therefore, he worked and he worked, never stopping in his development until he became, Mr. Speaker, one of cricket's greatest batsmen. He never stopped in his development, sir, until he became capable of bowling fast medium. He never stopped in his development, sir, until he was able to be exemplary in left arm orthodox spin. He never stopped, Mr. Speaker, in his development until he became proficient in wrist spin. And Mr. Speaker, he still did not stop there until he became one of the finest fielders that we had. And I even heard mention of him being a wicketkeeper as well. Mr. Speaker, this life speaks to us and says to us, from what we have seen as his example, the example that he has left for us, the lessons, the blueprint, the roadmap that he's left for us, is that we should never stop developing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he became one of the few cricketers who could dominate almost every role within the game, and therefore became known as one of the greatest all-rounders of all time. He was never satisfied, therefore, with just being a great bowler or a great batsman or a great fielder. Mr. Speaker, he wanted to master the game, and therefore he wanted to become a master of the game. And this is what he did, and that's the example that he set for us. So therefore, what can we take away and extract from that? Do not become comfortable with one achievement, one skill, one area of contribution. Develop others, pursue others, and Mr. Speaker, he has encouraged us by his life and his legacy to achieve others. The future is brighter, and our contributions as a people are greater when we constantly seek to develop ourselves and our gifts to humanity. The third lesson, Mr. Speaker, from the life and legacy of Sir Gary: excellence requires patience. Excellence requires patience. At age 21, Mr. Speaker, Sir Gary scored 365 not out against Pakistan. In that moment, that became the highest individual test score in history. I remained on the history books and the world record for 36 years. Of course, Mr. Speaker, people celebrate this number. People celebrate that achievement, as great as it was, and it should be celebrated. But few remember, Mr. Speaker, the process that it took to get to that celebrated moment. Mr. Speaker, that was 21. But Sir Gary was on the scene since age 17, when he made his first test debut against England at Sabina Park. At this stage of his career, between 17 to 21, his performances were described in some cases as being mediocre. And many held the view that he was not living up to his full promise. He went through a rough patch at that time in his life, Mr. Speaker. He struggled in various matches before this major one. There were matches that he lost. There were series that the West Indies lost. He went through many highs and many lows. Some saw him as underperforming with the ball, and some saw him as underperforming with the bat. And it was said by himself, actually, in an interview at one point in time, he felt during that period that he would not have been selected for an upcoming West Indies team due to what he considered or what he described as his lack of form at the time. But he did not quit, Mr. Speaker. He did not give up, Mr. Speaker. Each game, each opportunity, he went back out on that field, he put his head down, and he fought to deliver what was needed in that very moment. In this particular match against Pakistan, Mr. Speaker, Sir Gary batted for over 10 hours. He stood at that crease minute after minute, hour turning into hour. He did not take any shortcuts because there were none. You only had to stay in the crease and bat. He could not rush it. He took his time. 10 hours to achieve the 365 which we celebrate now. He demonstrated, even in that moment and in that innings, significant discipline. He demonstrated for us and set an example for us of tremendous focus. He had a desire, Mr. Speaker, just to put runs on the board. I'm sure that when he settled, he was not aiming for 365, but he was aiming to hit that ball after ball after ball. He wanted to win. He wanted to represent his team, his country, and his region. So what can we take away from this lesson? Extraordinary success, Mr. Speaker, is usually the product of ordinary discipline repeated over and over again. There are really no overnight successes in life. Many do not see the work, the commitment, the discipline when it is being deposited, but they often get to bear witness to the success and the glory when it is put on display. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that stories would tell us of the amount of hours that Sir Gary spent in the nets practicing his shots. How if a certain ball came his way, how he would play, whether through cover, whether leg, whether off, Mr. Speaker, he took his time to hone his craft. That discipline and that commitment and that focus is what allowed him to then go on the pitch, go on the field of play, and then be able to perform in an extraordinary way. The fourth lesson, Mr. Speaker, is that leadership means lifting others. Leadership means lifting others. When Sir Gary became the captain of the West Indies in 1965, he was no longer playing for himself. It was no longer about his individual score, what he put on the board. It was not just about how many wickets he captured and how many runs he gave up for those wickets. Mr. Speaker, he was playing then for the entire Caribbean region. He understood the magnitude of the office of captain. Leadership required, therefore, and these are the traits that Sir Gary exemplified for us. And as I speak today, I speak really to all of us as Barbadians, and especially our young Barbadians coming up, who should learn these lessons from the life of Sir Gary. As a captain, he demonstrated tremendous courage. He had to demonstrate significant decision-making, prowess, and ability. He also demonstrated accountability, because when you win as a team. And when you lose as a team. He had to exemplify for us confidence, not only his own abilities, but that of his teammates. And of course, he had great vision as well. Sir Gary demonstrated for us that leadership is never really about titles. Leadership is never about titles. It is about responsibility. What can we take away from this, Mr. Speaker? It's never easy to be a leader, but those of us who are called to step up and to lead, we must be courageous, we must be willing to be held accountable, and we must be able to see the potential and promise in those we lead, and we must be willing to nurture it, Mr. Speaker, so that the entire team can be successful. Sir Gary was an excellent and exceptional leader, both on and off the field. He sought to make his teammates better. He didn't see his role as captain as being about himself, nor was it about the title that he had. It was about the West Indies cricket team. It was about the various nations that they all as players represented each and every time that they took the field. The fifth lesson, Mr. Speaker, sir, and there are only 7, so I'm coming down to the end. The fifth lesson, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that we must learn from our setbacks. Sir Gary's life was not free from pain. He endured the loss of his father in childhood. He endured the tragic loss of a close teammate. There were harsh criticisms at the time, Interesting, we come to sessions like this, and when persons pass, we eulogize. And therefore, we speak highly, and we usually like to, pick out the best aspects of the person's life and the glowing times that they had, etc., and the moments when they were celebrated. But when he was alive, he also faced tremendous criticism, Mr. Speaker, not only as a player, but also as a captain. Harsh criticisms over his leadership decisions he faced. He faced public scrutiny, as we all in here are accustomed to by now. And of course, he also acknowledged that he had several personal struggles. He was a human being. Yet these experiences, Mr. Speaker, never erased his desire to make a contribution, his desire to represent his team, his desire to represent his country, his desire to represent this Caribbean far outweighed any of the personal struggles that he confronted, any of the personal challenges that he faced. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would dare say that many of those personal challenges and those personal struggles, they deepened his humanity. They made him more human. They made him more aware. They made him more approachable. They made him more of who we have now come to celebrate, our national hero. Therefore, his legacy reminds us, Mr. Speaker, that greatness does not require perfection. There are persons out there who think that they need to be perfect in order to be great. Sir Gary shows us and reminds us that he has provided a roadmap, that you didn't have to be perfect to also achieve greatness. The two things can happen at the same time. What it does require, though, if we want to be great, as exemplified by the same Sir Gary, is that we must be willing to be resilient, we must be willing to be accountable, and we must be willing to keep moving forward despite setbacks and disappointments. The sixth lesson that we can take from his life, sir, is that we must stay humble with success. Stay humble with success. Sir Garfield Sir Gary became knighted for his contributions to cricket in 1975. He became a national hero of Barbados in 1998. He was one of Wisden's Cricketers of the Century, identified in the year 2000. Yet throughout his life, Mr. Speaker, many stories have, in here today and even outside of this place, many stories have been provided that account for him being approachable, account for him being generous, and of course, and above all, that he was always proud to represent Barbados. I've seen, Mr. Speaker, as I go across the internet, scrolling, and as I was researching and preparing for this tribute, so many pictures of the average person in Barbados posting pictures of Sir Gary, then with Sir Gary, with his trademark broad smile. It didn't matter who it was. He was approachable. He embraced all persons who came to him, and he was willing to give them that moment of joy and celebration with him. If I don't know if Sir Gary really understood and appreciated the greatness that he carried, I don't know. It just seemed like he was just such a humble, down-to-earth individual. And whilst others looked at him as being this great man, I think Sir Gary just recognized that he was like everybody else and embraced everyone the same way. And therefore, this teaches us, Mr. Speaker, that recognition should increase gratitude and humility, not arrogance. I repeat that, Mr. Speaker. This teaches us that recognition should increase gratitude and humility, not arrogance. The seventh lesson, Mr. Speaker, use your gifts to elevate your country. Speaking to all of us as Barbadians today. Sir Garfield never represented himself alone. Every time he walked out on that field, Barbados was walking with him. The Caribbean was walking with him. He became one of our greatest ambassadors representing our beloved island wherever he went. And his life, therefore, teaches us that every Barbadian, no matter what profession we may hold, Mr. Speaker, whether it is Speaker of the House of Assembly, whether it is lawyer, whether it is doctor, artist, whether it is entrepreneur, builder, mason, scientist, what have you, or even athlete, entertainer. Our daily pursuit of excellence is what builds Barbados' reputation, even as it builds our own. Our daily pursuit of excellence, as exemplified by the man himself, is what builds not only Barbados' reputation, but it builds our own. Excellence, therefore, Mr. Speaker, must be our hallmark as citizens of this country and global citizens of this world. We must carry Barbados in our hearts each day, in each situation, with each opportunity, and in every way, so that we therefore can properly and effectively, Mr. Speaker, do credit to our nation wherever we go. So therefore, in closing, Mr. Speaker, a practical roadmap that's inspired by Sir Gary is one that we need to accept where we begin. We need to turn every setback into motivation and move forward and learn from our mistakes instead of being defined by them. 3, we should seek mastery of our gifts and always seek to develop further. Don't stop. Stay disciplined even when nobody is watching, Mr. Speaker, and in some cases, even when they're watching, but they do not see value in you and your full potential. Mr. Speaker, 5, we should always seek to perform at our best, even under tremendous pressure. 6, we should lead through service and with a desire to see each other reach our full potential. And 7, we must stay humble and carry Barbados with pride wherever we go. So, Mr. Speaker, our greatest tribute that we can pay to the right excellent Sir Garfield Sobers is not merely to remember his cricket exploits, his centuries, his wickets, or his records. I think the greatest tribute that we can pay to him as individual citizens in this beloved island, Barbados, is to imitate his character. His life teaches us that poverty need not defeat purpose, hardship need not destroy hope, talent must be matched with discipline, and that we must remember that leadership does require courage. It teaches us also that one Barbadian committed to extraordinary excellence can inspire the entire world. And that is what Sir Gary has taught us. May every Barbadian, each and every one of us, understand that the right excellent Cigar-Filled Sobers did not simply leave us records. He left us, Mr. Speaker, a roadmap. And may we all have wisdom to follow it. Once again, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of St. Michael North, I extend my sympathies and our sympathies to the family, and I pray that Sir Gary's legacy and his life will continue to chart a path for all Barbadians now and those to come. I'm obliged.
Honourable members, just remember that the opportunity will be provided for everyone to give tribute, regardless of the time that it takes. And the speaker eyes can only catch one person at a time. So that if 9 people stand up, I still will not be able to allow all 9 to speak simultaneously. Just remember that. Our member for Christchurch, he's...
Thank you, sir, for letting your eyes catch mine. What I will say, sir, as in cricket, in Parliament, there's a batting order. If you do not communicate to the captain the position in which you wish to go, then don't be surprised when you don't get picked at all. Sir, I rise to give my tribute, and it's not going to be in terms of stats, because we all heard the stats already, and those who spoke before me have done an excellent job in capturing the stats and the figures and the facts of Sir Gary's life. I want to make this a bit more personal. So I want to start by acknowledging the family who's here and thanking them for being here, because out of your family came one of my heroes. It may surprise everybody to know, sir, that I actually wanted to be Gary Sobers. And I tried to emulate him.
Continue, honourable member.
Sir, these memories, sir, are very difficult for me, especially when one considers that I did not achieve the heights that he did in anything. Sir, I remember when I was picked to play for Harrison College, sir. And I was picked to play cricket for Harrison College, but as far as I was concerned, having been picked to play cricket for the school, then every action thereafter should emulate what I saw myself to be. So I started wearing my uniform with my collar up. And not only that, sir, but it also affected the slightly bent forward walk. And I remember...
And that's all. So all you have was the gate. All you have was the gate of the Sobers and nothing else.
So everyone has spoken about Sir Gary's patience, sir, and I assure you that with patience the whole story will be told. So I remember clearly one of my other heroes, my housemaster, Jack Skinner. I was coming in, going to assembly, leaning forward, my collar up, bopping slightly. And he said, "Why you don't try to walk properly? And fix your collar." I said, "Sir, I bet you won't tell that to Sir Gary Sobers. I got picked for the team, you know, sir." He said, "When you actually start to make runs, you could put your collar up and walk however you want, but until such time as that, Gary, fix yourself." Sir, I tried to emulate Sir Gary in a lot of things. I tried to, most particularly, score 6 sixes in an over. The unfortunate thing about that, sir, was that I tried to do it every single time I went to bat, from the very first ball. And it led to some disastrous consequences. I was labeled as a swiper. I did not see myself as a swiper, sir. I saw myself as an as yet undeveloped Gary Sobers, with potential, but having not realized it at that point in time. But what I will say, sir, is that it all came together one day when I scored 32 runs off of 7 balls with 5 fours and 2 sixes. And we won the match, sir. And they promoted me from number 10 to number 7. But I think they then promoted me, sir, to the point of my own incompetence. And with that additional pressure, I did not respond as well as Sir Gary did, and I left the school without being known for my cricketing prowess. But sir, the point is, I say, and it sounds like levity, but I'm actually dead serious. Sir Gary Sobers was that person that you wanted a hero, and you looked to him. His was the name that was easily identifiable. His was the persona that was pleasant and engaging. I met him as a child, sir, as a school child. And I told him that I wanted to be just like you. And he smiled, and he said, practice, 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 and more practice, and don't give up. I met Sir Gary, sir, again as an adult. And you don't assume that people know who you are. So I met him again as a minister. And I introduced myself. And he said, I know who you are, Minister Abrams. And the fact that Gary Sobers knew who I was, when I was on his home turf at the Mecca, meant more to me than anybody can possibly imagine. But it was that level of humility, that level of connecting with persons on the level that they were at, that made him special. So I'm not talking about Gary Sobers, the cricketer. I'm talking about Gary Sobers, the human, and Gary Sobers, the inspiration. One of the last conversations we had a couple years ago, we were watching the West Indies play, and we got to having a very honest conversation. As somebody was set up, they played a stroke, they tried to play a stroke, it didn't work. They tried to play the same stroke the next ball, it didn't work. The feeling was repositioned exactly for what they were doing. They did it a third time and got out. And he said, a lot of these players have no head. And a lot of them have no pride. And sometimes things come to people too easily that they don't really appreciate the gift that was given to them. I have been thinking that, sir, myself, but not in those gentlemanly terms, because I was real vexed at the point in time. But that said to me everything about him that he didn't say. It said that when he went out to play, he went out to play with pride. He wasn't going to play for Gary Sobers. He was going to represent a team and a nation and a region. It also said, sir, that he appreciated what it meant to put on the colors when he put them on. It was not just a game. It was an example. It was a pride for us in the Caribbean who had nothing to be proud of at one point in time. Is what put us on the map. Is what gave us status. Is what gave us bragging rights. Is what made a lot of us able to hold our heads up when we went to England or when you traveled abroad, because people might not know Barbados for anything else other than for cricket and Gary Sobers. Sir, we had a number of conversations in the president's box where he used to occupy the 2 seats, himself and his partner, Jackie. And I was touched to see at the last match, when we went, the 2 seats were there, and they were decorated in the Barbados colors. And nobody had reserved. I knew who to reserve for. Everybody knew who to reserve for. And I consider it a fitting accolade because he occupied the exact same 2 seats every single time he went. That it was declared that those 2 seats be forever reserved in his memory. I thought that was a tribute, sir, because you know what? When we were there, he wasn't there, but he was there. You didn't see him, but you felt him. People keep talking, sir, about him being the best all-rounder. But I think a lot of people don't even realize how much of an all-rounder the right excellent Sir Field St. Albans Sobers was. Because he was an all-rounder on the cricket pitch. And here I'm drawing some other parallels with myself, sir. He was an all-rounder on the cricket pitch, and I still, having played for Harrison College, consider myself to have been a cricketer. He was, I think he played football for Barbados, played basketball for Barbados, and he played golf for Barbados. So he manifested his gifts in one sport, but he was almost as talented in everything that involved a ball. He was one of those rare persons that had fantastic hand-eye coordination and great ball skills. And it shows don't put all your eggs in one basket, because as easily as he became a cricketer, he might have become the best footballer in the Caribbean or in the world. He was an excellent golfer, I understand, sir, and his golf was more developed later than at the prime, but he was an excellent golfer as well. So the multifaceted nature of the person that we hold pretty much in the highest esteem in this country should send an example to people. Don't stick to one thing. You never know what you might be good at. I use Sir Gary Sobers all the time, and I also use Ronald Suki King all the time in examples when I go to speak to children. I say, don't judge yourself or anybody else. If you measure yourself against the person next to you, their skills might not be your skills. And because you don't match up to their skill in what it is that they're doing, you may count yourself as a failure. I say, Gary Sobers was not an academic scholar, but he was a genius. He was a genius in his pursuit. He was a genius in what he became known for. He was a genius in what he put himself to. So you may not have done the best at school, but that does not brand you as a failure. There's something that you're better at than anybody else. You just need to find what it is. And you can only find that thing if you try many things. Do not limit yourself. Spread yourself wide. Experience as much as you can. Try your best at everything, and you may realize that your skill set and your fame lies not in where you're contemplating, but in something completely different. Sir, I'm going to be real brief. I cherish the times that I spent having conversations with Sir Gary, because everybody likes to talk to somebody famous. And when you touch greatness, and you're in the presence of greatness, and you're speaking to greatness, and realize that greatness is not much different from you, it then makes you realize that success is not beyond you. It is there and available for everybody. You just have to find where your true path actually lies. I had a very unpleasant experience, sir, with a celebrity once. I saw the celebrity somewhere, and I went to take a picture. And their bodyguard knocked me to one side. This was not in Barbados. And I'm just approaching to ask for a photograph, got knocked to one side, and the person looked at me, looked at the bodyguard, knocked me to one side, and then they proceeded and went along. I can't imagine what it was like to be Sir Gary, sir, where every time you go, multiple people come and ask you for a picture. And he took a picture with everybody. I have watched him in positions where I would be miserable, sir. He's trying to watch cricket, and people come in to talk, and they talk, but then they position themselves for the picture. He knows what's happening. And he smiles and takes the picture. Grace. He understands what he means, and the concept of him means to the person who are asking for a lasting memory, to have that I was in the presence of greatness. We talk about the humility, but that's the humility in action. It's not just you don't brag about what it is that you did. You don't become overbearing. You don't wear it on your sleeve. You don't talk about it all the time. Quite frankly, in the about 8 or 9 conversations I had with him, and these in-depth conversations, but he never once talked about himself. He didn't talk about his achievements. He didn't brag that he was a world record holder. He didn't brag that he was greatest. He asked me how things going in the constituency. We talked about what was going on the field. We talked about other things. He was one of the most likable, identifiable, and relatable persons that you could ever hope to have. It is good for Barbados that we had a living national hero, because quite often the heroes that we have and that we celebrate, we see in stained glass, we see in murals, but we don't ever meet in person. You don't ever realize they develop a mythical status and stature that removes them from the touch and the grasp and the contemplation of the common man. We did ourselves a credit in recognizing Sir Garfield as a national hero in his lifetime. We did ourselves a credit, sir, because it served for generations of persons, for multiple Bajans who managed to come in contact with him. That is a hero inside of you. That a hero is somebody who lived and who breathed. They had experiences similar to you. They overcame and they succeeded. And there is no greater inspiration than being able to touch something and make it real and to appreciate what it is that they have that you could possibly have as well. So having said all of that, sir, I didn't manage to hit the 6 sixes in the over. I didn't manage to get past 30, besides the 32, at any point in time other when I was batting. My golf average, my golf handicap is so far from zero, sir, that I don't even measure myself with the same golf in terms of Sir Garfield sobers. My football exploits. But you know what? I had a hero. And I had somebody I could try to be like. I may have fallen short there. But I did other things. But it was the belief that it was within my reach that gave me the courage to keep pushing all the time and keep trying other things. To the family, it was not easy, it could not have been easy having to share him with the world. And there are times that you probably said to yourself, I wish we could see more of dad, of granddad, of uncle. I wish we could see more of him. But you know what? He belonged to you. He belonged to me. He belonged to Barbados. He belonged to the world. And what you had to surrender and sacrifice, somebody else had to gain and gain an inspiration from. So you shared your family member with the world for the betterment of the world. I just wanted to make this brief intervention, sir, on behalf of my hero, on behalf of our hero. He was a hero, sir, in life, and he is still a hero and an inspiration in death. We've lost a great one. And if I may quote from Pimpin' from David Rudder, Smiling Eyes of Steel. Farewell, mighty warrior, thanks for the memories, thanks for the joy. Godspeed, my brother, thanks for the laughter. You will always be boy. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Honourable Mr. Michael East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am not going to speak about Sir Gary as a cricketer. I am going to speak about him as probably the most significant other that I've witnessed in my lifetime, a complete, or rather consummate human being. I'm not going to, as indicated before by the AG, I'm not going to speak about statistics, whether he was a batsman, a bowler, wicket keeper. I'm going to speak about those special endowments that he possessed, whether those endowments came as a consequence of the manner in which he grew up within a household of poverty in a wretched community, the Bayland, a community that is a representation of a number of poverty-stricken pockets across Barbados. When I think about him achieving greatness, even in the field which people might believe is not academic, whatever academic means, while I'm speaking, I'm not sure if what he did on earth can be considered artistic or scientific. But what I know is that he has made a major contribution in the Renaissance of the 1960s, at a time when black people across the Western world was making every effort to assert their autonomy as human beings and persons having a right to their own sovereignties. And he was symbolic of the period of the 1960s. We saw the breakthrough in post-1930s, but the time was right by the 1960s when Gary came on the scene. Prior to Gary, the Caribbean, for the first time in its history after captivity, saw the emergence of the first black West Indian captain, Sir Frank Worrell. There are all types of debates going on, not only in the Caribbean, but in England with Sir Larry Constantine. They had to deal with the race and class issues of the day. Gary is a symbolic representation even of the unexplained, because I don't even like to hear people say that he was not academic. It is incorrect. I'll get into that a little later. But at the time in the history of the Caribbean and in North America and other parts across the world in the post-World War period, black people were being treated badly. We were perceived as inferiors in the system. I don't know how you get it done without being a militant, but he was able to bring some neutrality to the understanding of sports and in relation to Barbadian, Caribbean, black North Americans, African people. He was able to demonstrate to the white superiors at the time that whites were not superior in any way to us. And that is what that institution of cricket at the time meant to the English. We are graduated from running balls around the playing field to playing with coconut bats, clubber bats, knitted balls, and this black Bayland boy who played at Bear Primary on a field where the grass was not well groomed and the rocks were protruding. And a fast bowler can do Dixie if he wants to by just hitting the ball on the correct rock, and you can get a leg break, off break, anything if you can pelt straight. When cricket clubs like Wanderers, Pickwick, and Spartan too,
I remember.
Carlton.
Don't forget Carlton.
Yeah, oh, I'm here. Windward and Leeward did not upset people because of the color of their skin. You don't understand why he's a national hero? You don't understand it? He's not a national hero because he made over 360-something runs, or 6 sixes. He brought about fundamental changes to the social and economic and political order of the time. When he arose on the scene, Barbados was not even independent. Caribbean countries were talking about decolonization of the role that they were playing at the time. And therefore, you had radical writings of C.L.R. James. You had Eric Williams and all of these leaders in the Caribbean making important comments about cricket. Michael Manley. And what cricket meant to us in terms of demonstrating resistance in relation to white dominance in the system. It has to be seen. It has to be said. It has to be said. And Gary of the day was not making any claims to being militant. He was demonstrating by his attitude, his endowments, his judgments, his academic judgments. You don't make academic judgments out of muscle alone. It's a head game. It is academic. Cricket is academic. When you hear the observers saying that he will call a bowler and say, go there, give that ball to Gregory. It's probably not the right example, especially when it comes to cricket. And he says where to put the ball. He knows if it should be delivered by a spinner or a fast bowler. And even if he has to go into position himself, explain that to me. That does not come from a textbook. Nobody taught him that. You can't argue whether it's scientific, artistic, spiritual, anything. If you know believing in artificial intelligence, you know, listening to or pressing a cell phone and pulling up information, and sometimes coming in here imparting the information, and you call yourself intelligent. This man had no cell phone, but he got the job done. He commanded respect. And people looked at him from the 1960s. This is the man that gradually emerged. He was symbolically, from early, he was an important cultural icon and historically a symbolic figure for black people. All else fell in line. They perpetuated all of those days, what would have been better described as an anti-Gary Sobers approach to cricket. We could not get an opportunity. That is as a result of the formation of the BCL cricket organization. Because people like him could not get into the mainstream of Caribbean cricket. And you ask yourself, why? And you hear all types of commentators talking. And I just want to defend the fact that there was something unique about his intellect that must be accepted. We are not parroting any writer from out of Europe. We who have had the experience and passed on the knowledge to each other must be very, very, very clear. This is an extraordinary man who came on the scene in the 1960s. And that is why today, as we speak as though he's very much alive. Because in our spirits, in our understanding of the life of a human being, he is an immortal species. And I say, people like Sir Gary will never die. I know what he means, and if we can impart the values that we observe, and some that we did not observe even minutes before each other's spoken here, and we can instill similar values and a better understanding in our younger people of what one can achieve, and you mentioned it, what one can achieve. He was also a symbol of hope. Because at that time, nobody will believe that an ordinary man who could not get into the established clubs and had to go to St. Philip. And I got that information from his brother. He said, my brother slept in a home in St. Philip at night in order to get a chance to exhibit the talent which he had. I hear all kind of bourgeois presentations, not only here, all around, but his greatness and thing. And Gregory started this conversation well. He who knows not cricket. Only cricket knows. In other words, we give cricket a human personality. Because cricket asks itself, what is all of this glory? These people at first, with all the class differentiations in this system, not speaking about anybody here exclusively, never knew Gary Sobers. They didn't want to know him. I know the debates. I know the debates in the 1960s. Only certain people who came from the so-called aristocrats who governed the plantations, governed the merchants, and a few aristocrats of the skin. And those were people who looked like us, but didn't behave like us. They were mimicking other people. They call that cultural mimicking. That was going on in the system. And the people like Herman Griffith and others fought against those class divisions in this system. When you understand all of that, you understand why Sir Gary Sobers became a national hero. I'm sure that the minds of the time, not that they did not take into consideration the art and the science of the game, and the figures or the quantums in relation to the scores that he made. But he was mystifying the world. He was mystifying the world because where did this man come from? This man should be running around the fields picking up balls. How could this man come and not only be a batsman, but graduate to be a cricketer? That is the riff of the character of the man. That many persons were on the field in those days with grace, like Seymour Nurse and all the others. You know, you think I don't know anything about cricket, you know. And with all the style and the flair of the time, none of them left a lasting memory in the institution of cricket. I heard the AG said not too long ago, he learned to flick his colors. But he flicked colors, he did everything, but couldn't score a time. Or he told look after a number of innings, we get it. But sometimes people like this, like Gary, they come to earth for a purpose. I really believe that. I am not a spiritualist. But you answer some fundamental questions. At a time when the Bayland was known for seamen, in the Bayland, the star boys in the Bayland of the time they were engaged in polygamous practices in the Bayland. And they qualified by gold chains and gold rings. And as soon as they get off the ship, they had to visit about 6 or 7 homes to see if everything was in order. And in the Bayland, the Bayland was the same as Carrington Village. The Bayland was the same as Black Rock, Bredders Hill, the Ivy, and Cat's Castle. We were not counted as first-class citizens. You can go in Strathclyde up to the 1960s, or in certain parts of Barbados. And the problem with the society itself, sir, and this is probably an unfortunate, I know that some people get a little nervous when I speak this way, especially making sociological analysis based on class differentiations or even race. But this society must give credit where it is due. And you cannot understand Sir Garfield Sober's contribution unless you understand that he rose, not that he was born in the 1960s, you know. He was at his peak in the 1960s and 70s. What were we doing then? The best entertainers of our time were emerging. Outstanding political figures. So much so that you should not even be surprised of his socialization in those early days with a number of other outstanding black men in this country. I'm telling you, you have to know the time. And yet, I've never heard him spoke about such social variables in my life. Probably I would have been better off, not as a cricketer, if I did not focus on these variables. But it helped me to understand him better than many. I'm not saying that nobody understands him better than me, but it helped me to understand him and to give value to his worth. You cannot repeat a cultural or sporting icon of that type because history of the 60s got pass on. There might be another great man in a different time, but he can never obliterate the records, the outstanding contribution that Sir Gary Sobers made to the social and economic transformation and politics of the Caribbean. That Sir Gary Sobers made. When Sir Gary Sobers was on the scene, leadership across the Caribbean was also engaging in using the vernacular of cricket in order to define the political roles. That is probably why you would hear our Prime Minister here saying, I left that one outside of the off stamp. Because the influence of the institution itself meant so much that it even created a dialect for itself, and a dialect that also influenced the political dialect. And I say that with an understanding, however superficial it is, that all different types of languages, even in the area of technology, is a form of dialect. So cricket was no mean institution. You could not beat Britain at anything else. Tell me what else you could beat Britain at. You know how proud we were in order to get our place in the sun. To let the British understand that you were not superior to us. We are equally as great or greater than you are. You know what it meant to us then to beat the English at Lord's? You read the books and the social snobbery that was written against Caribbean people and Caribbean cricketers of the time. And Gary Sobers prevailed. Barbadian black people prevailed, and others fell in line. If he didn't make that breakthrough, they would not fall in line. I'm telling you. But he made the breakthrough. And then people begin to see us as equal. You might not be playing an equal role in the economy, but sir, then you see the proliferation of faces like yours and mine in this House Assembly. And then black men and black women recognize that they can write even about the subject of cricket in a completely different manner. Just like we also take a turn from that period in writing our own history about our worth as human beings. So I am not against every little element that have been made here today of the greatness of this man. But I felt that I can probably sociologically and also psychologically say something to help rationalize the importance of the transformation. So Gary Sobers did not only make or made then changes to the sociological order, but he made changes to the psychological order of black people who believed that nobody like him could make it then. And the mythology, not the mythology of no man from the nigger yard would be able to rise and become, you can lead the Caribbean, but you could not, their view was, you will never beat the English. And secondly, are the Australians of the time. And Gary did it. Gary did it. And I think that the subject of cricket as an important institution, in order for all people to be fully appreciate, and probably cricket, sports, entertainment, in trying to understand ourselves, because it is also applied to Rihanna. We didn't falsify heroes. The British falsify heroes. Wicked people that do wicked things became heroes in their culture. We saw humane people making major contributions to human civilization. That's why we can respect Rihanna as a hero or heroine. That's why we respect Sir Garfield's stories. He gave us life, he didn't kill people. He didn't go all over the world bombing people, shooting down people. Even in Western movies, is what make you believe that a star boy that killed 12 people, it's called Boot Hill, that he's a hero too. And to plant that in the psyche of our people. Not Sobers, the black boy from the Bayland, that demonstrate all of these skills. Not only on Bay Primary, pastor, or police boys club, police boys club, Boys and Girls Club at the time, or venturing up at someone in St. Philip. I am pleased, and I am pleased that I have met his family in general. I am so sorry that during the period where we all came out to celebrate his passing, that his brothers could not be here, because when you talk to people, they speak about the greatness of those three boys. That's why I say the special qualities, just one. When I speak to the people in the Bayland, they say all three of these boys could play cricket. Not bat. They catch balls. They bowl them. They make them. They do everything. Right? And they did it with an understanding that they were demonstrating greatness, in which the only explanation that is comprehensive to man is that this is a divine endowment given to that entire family. And I feel that we should thank the Creator for Sir Gary Sobers, and all of us should be thankful that we are fortunate to be here at this time to witness him and to journey with him from childhood to the specific point of transition. Like others, I want to say thanks to the family. I'm certain that you all view his contributions even more profoundly than we have. But I'm thankful that we can share and overtly express our admiration for your dad, for your uncle, for the cousins, sisters. I'm sure that some of you journeyed the last time he was at Kensington Oval. Some of you all journeyed to Kensington Oval because you said that we can't allow Gary to go unless we see him seated in the Oval, at least for the last time. So there might even be an element of prophecy sometimes in the endowments given to you all by the Almighty. Mr. Speaker, I am glad that you entertained me for a short period to say a few words about a consummate human being. A consummate human being. I heard people talking about his socialization. I know him all through Marion Street, walking around. I know him at events. I know him coming all up in my community and everything, to friends and family up there, right? I know him, his good friend, Bucky Cox, who was the guy who owned race horses, Tony Jarvis, all of these people. So I know the family even before the young ones were born. And I just want to say to his direct children and all the other bloodlines that the family has contributed a major cultural and social icon to the universe in general. So thank you for listening to me for a short period of time.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in this honourable house to honour and celebrate the life of one of our greatest sons, Your Right Excellent Sir Garfield St. Auburn Sobers, and to add my voice in support of this resolution. Now, Sir Gary was indeed, in the words of the late Sir Emile Straker, the greatest cricketer the world has ever seen. He was described as the maestro of the cricket game. But, Mr. Speaker, he was so much more than that. And so, sir, on behalf of the people of St. Joseph, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to the family of Sir Gary, some of whom are here, his friends, the cricketing fraternity of Barbados, and generally Barbadians all over the world who mourn the passing of our national hero and legend. Mr. Speaker, Sir Gary had already retired 15 years from cricket when he was born. So much like other honourable members, I did not have the distinct honour of seeing him play. I've never had the experience of seeing him walk out in the middle to bat, and I've never witnessed firsthand the brilliance, the cricketing brilliance that other Barbadians generations before me would have seen. Yet somehow, Mr. Speaker, it is not difficult to grasp just how overwhelmingly great this man was. As a child, I may not have understood fully the statistics or appreciated the records that he would have set, but certainly what I understood from a very early age, that this man was not an ordinary man. In fact, he was indeed extraordinary. He was one of ours who had gone into the world and who had become the very best at what he did. So the underpinning theme there was that you could achieve greatness regardless of where you started. And that theme, sir, is one that I draw personal inspiration from. So it is something profound about the magnitude of the man that we affectionately call Sir Gary. His greatness was so immense that those of us who never saw him play cricket still grew up knowing that Sir Garfield Sobers meant a lot to this country. It is an understanding that we inherited because persons talked about it. We understand the folklore. You've heard in this honorable chamber what his contribution meant to the socio-economic and political landscape of Barbados and the Caribbean. And over the last few weeks, you've heard of the statistics, his feet on the cricket ground, the field, the sixes, the high scores. But the greatness of Sir Gary goes beyond just how many sixes he was able to hit or how many runs he was able to score. I want to speak briefly on what Sir Gary's life means to my generation, and perhaps what his legacy and what his example means to those of us who now have the responsibility of sitting in this parliament and leading this country. Now, before I became the Member of Parliament for St. Joseph, I had the opportunity to represent Barbados, not in cricket, sir, but on the athletics track. And I will never attempt to compare my journey as an athlete to the exploits of Sir Gary. But what we have in common is the opportunity to represent our country. And we understand that when you have the ability to wear the national colors of this country, you carry the responsibility of your country with you. You carry the hopes of people that you've never met. You carry the pride of your family. You carry the pride of a community. You carry the pride of your country. And you come to understand that the way in which you conduct yourself matters just as much as if you win a medal or not. And Sir Gary carried that responsibility in a defining time in Caribbean history. He represented us, he represented Barbados, represented the West Indies at a time when cricket was not just about hitting the ball to the boundary. It was a time when the Caribbean was finding its voice, where we were finding confidence as a people, and where we were beginning to determine our own future as we made strides towards independence. And here was a young man from the Bayland, from Barbados, going out into the world and showing the world that we as Barbadians, we can compete with anybody. And not only that we could compete, Mr. Speaker, but we could also be the very best at what we do. And that, sir, should be the ethos of every single Barbadian. I no longer wear the national colors on the athletics track, but I do carry the trust of the people of St. Joseph. And in many ways, sir, the responsibility remains the same. When you have been chosen to represent people, you owe them your very best. And that, Mr. Speaker, is perhaps the greatest lesson that I take from Sir Gary. Excellence cannot only be something that we demand from our athletes. We must demand it from ourselves as parliamentarians as well. And if Sir Gary could demand the very best of himself every time he walked on to the cricket field representing Barbados, then surely every single time we walk into this honourable chamber, sir, we must also demand the very best of ourselves. And this is not to say, sir, that we as parliamentarians will get things right every single time, because we will not. But we must serve, as Sir Gary did, with integrity. We must remain humble, as Sir Gary did. And we must never believe or begin to believe that the positions entrusted to us belong to us. They don't. They belong to the people of Barbados. And the trust that the people place in us, just as the trust that Barbadians and West Indies place in Sagari, is a privilege. It is not an entitlement. And that is what makes his legacy most impactful, sir. His records some of them were eventually broken, but his legacy and his legend remains intact. Why? It remains intact because of the way he lived his life. That is an example that we should strive to follow. The way you live your life, the examples that you set, is an example that we as parliamentarians must take from Sagari. He showed us that as a small island, we can produce something great. This is continued in the exploits of our now only living national hero. But it serves as an inspiration to young Barbadians that they too can somehow or someday leave a legacy, leave a legend that Barbadians and West Indian people can be proud of. That same pursuit of excellence, sir, that Sagari exemplified so profoundly, is the excellence that we should seek to see in our schools, in our businesses, in public service, sir, and even in this honorable parliament. And if we can take a lesson from Sagari, sir, to serve Barbados with the same discipline, with the same humility, with the same courage, and with the same commitment that he represented his country with and the West Indies, I believe that we as parliamentarians have no better way to honor his legacy and to honor his memory. So, sir, in closing, I wish to thank the family of Sagari for lending him to us. The right, excellent Cigar St. Auburn Sobers. He was a national hero of Barbados. The Order of the Caribbean Community was bestowed upon him, OCC, you can see it on the screen. He was also recipient of the Officer of the Order of Australia. All accolades that he received in his glorious lifetime. So may his legacy, may his life continue to inspire Barbadians, West Indians. May it continue to inspire this parliament. And may his soul rest in peace. Again, I want to offer my sincere condolences to the family and be comforted by the fact that his legend remains fully intact. I am obliged.
Honourable Member St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share a few words of tribute to this great son of the soil. A lot has been said with respect to statistics since his passing, and I certainly have no intention of repeating those statistics. But I immensely enjoyed today the lessons taught, or the words mentioned by the Honourable Member for St. Michael East. And when someone of this caliber passes, his standing, Sir Garfield Sobers' standing passes, we need to capture from them what the essence of what they represented while they were alive. The stats will always be there that we can go and check and look at. But how they lived and the lessons learned from them while they were alive must always be at the forefront of everything we do, providing that kind of guidance. When I read the resolution circulated in our parliamentary chat, a few words jumped out at me. The second last line of this resolution says that they hope the family expresses wish that they be comforted by the meaning of a life lived selflessly in the service of his nation. A life lived selflessly in the service of his nation. Sir Gary was indeed a very, very humble man. Indeed, if you did not know Sir Gary, you might have heard of him. If you did not know Sir Gary, or perhaps if you saw Sir Gary somewhere in New York and you did not know him, he was not one to flaunt or to talk about his achievements and such like. He was one to move very cool and to interact with people as though, and indeed he was, a very ordinary person. Not one given for a lot of fanfare and such. That's the person that I knew. I remember when his record was broken by Brian Charles Lara. Now, I was listening to cricket and I sat on the edge of my seat at home waiting, saying, well, will he do it? Because I did not want anybody to break Sir Gary's record. That's the truth. He's Barbadian. And I was a bit selfish, Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. I was a bit selfish. I didn't want anybody to break Sir Gary's record. But the man of humility that he was, he strolled onto the field just to congratulate someone who had broken his record, which stood for 36 years. The only thing I share in common with Sir Gary, because I'm no cricketer, I can play cricket a bit, but the rest, my brothers are the cricketers, not me. The only thing I share with Sir Gary is that we share the same birth month. So I am proud and happy to be associated in that little way. I see the Honourable Member for Christchurch for St. Michael East laughing, but when you're associated with greatness, however you can be, you accept it. I had the opportunity as well to work for a short period of time with his first son, Matthew. And when Matthew joined the workforce where I was, and he mentioned to me, we happened to be in a conversation, and he mentioned to me he was Sir Gary's son, I was shocked. Because he carried that same kind of humility. If he had not told me that, I would not have known. But we shared that for about a few months or so, where we were back then in the private sector. Sir Gary, despite all that he achieved, the stories about him were always the same. A man who was down to earth, who could make a joke and have fun. A man who loved the game of cricket. A man who loved people. And that is very, very important. That is extremely important in this day and age. And people like us in this class, the political class, we would always recognize and remember that. You have to love people. Sir Gary is a great example of that. He was described as a proper, humble giant. And you wonder how could you put how could the word humble and giant go in the same sentence? When somebody is a giant, as we look around in society today, regardless of whatever area they're in, These are people that sometimes believe that there is nobody like them, that they have believed that they have achieved everything. But Sir Gary was humble as the giant that he was, the giant at the game of cricket. And I believe he transcended beyond cricket because he carried that kind of respect across not just this country, not just the region, but across the world. People were very respectful of him. They respected him highly. Barbados and the West Indies gave the world a lot, but I believe Sir Gary is the crown jewel that we give to the world. He's the crown jewel we give to the world. And I want to ask the question today, this evening. What is our favorite memory of sobers of Sir Gary or our innings? Him himself, he as a person and what he represented and how he conducted himself, or we remember the innings, the 365 not out, because sometimes that's all people can remember, may remember you for when you've achieved something. They don't look at your personality, the kind of person you are, how you conduct yourselves, and so on. But I believe that it is extremely important as we pay honor and we pay tribute to this great son of the soil, that we remember him as the man he was. He lived a simple life with all the achievements that he had, having the name of the greatest all-rounder ever in the world, having the most runs, having the most wickets at that point, the highest score at that point in time until it was surpassed in 1994. Having been entered in the Hall of Fame, the ICC's Cricketer of the Year, where the award was named after him. That pales in significance to what he represented and what he has done, the name that he has given to this country where we remember him. On the behalf of the good people of St. Lucie, whom I have the honor of representing, and on my own behalf, I extend my deepest condolences again to his sons, his family, nephews, friends, the people of Bela, the community where he grew up. I'm sure that they feel the pain even at this time of his passing, because he's no longer humanly with us, but he will remain forever in our hearts as a great, gentle, humble giant. I am obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable George Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been a long day and the tributes have been pouring in. And from everything we have heard, it's no wonder we find ourselves in this situation. As I was sitting there, I was thinking that if I could sing with the courage of those whose examples I draw from, today the anthem would clearly be an anthem to Sir Gary. But since I cannot sing, and certainly not as well as some other members in this honorable chamber, I will do what the great leaders of the trade union movement have been known to do. I would stand and I would speak. And Mr. Speaker, as I do so, I wish not to merely join the chorus that we've been hearing today, to add another soprano voice or another alto voice, but I wish to pay tribute, not because I'm paying tribute to a giant in cricket, but to use the occasion of reverence that this occasion provides for, to honor a man whose principles, I believe, continue to shape the leadership journey of many Barbadians in this country, including my own journey. The Right Excellent Sir Garfield St. Auburn Sobers walked with greatness, we've been hearing. But more importantly, he walked with purpose. I reflect on Sir Clive Lloyd's reflections last week, where he honored the late Sagari as one whose purpose left footprints that remain visible along every shore that he walked. And in reflecting on his own tributes, so Clive Lloyd's tribute, I believe that there are footprints, therefore, that all of us can follow. Our Prime Minister, too, reflected that there were no grand chronicles announcing Sagari's birth. His greatness was not proclaimed, but it was something that he practiced daily. And a number of speakers so far have been recognizing that he lived it quietly, consistently, and with conviction. I will therefore choose to reference just 3 aspects of his life to remind myself, first of all, as I was doing my own reflection, and to remind whoever else will benefit that deep footprints are not necessarily made when we are standing up in front of adoring crowds, but they are often made in the quieter, less public, and less profiled moments of our lives. And one of those footprints, Mr. Speaker, is found in the advice that he gave to his young protege, Brian Lara. Watch the ball. And as I attended his homegoing, and I heard Lara, as we affectionately call him, recount that, watch the ball, it stood out in my mind. Lara heard it, he understood it, he accepted it, he applied it. I recognize this as a footstep because it's the true nature of leadership, the quiet guidance that we must pass on. Never feel ourselves to be too great that we can't identify greatness and promote greatness in others. But Mr. Speaker, I am no cricketer, but my life and the life of every leader who has carried the mantle of responsibility in the organization that I now lead has been nothing short of an unforgiving test match, in my view. I reflect on Sir Grantley Adams facing the fast bowling of colonial power. Sir Frank Walcott, who was confronted with many bouncers and widespread industrial upheaval. And of course, my immediate predecessor, Sir Roy Trotman, who stood firm against the swing and swerve of globalization and the call for partnership and a new approach to industrial relations. And today, sir, I too face my own overs, the precariousness and informality of work, the erosion of job security, the constant threat to keeping bread on people's tables, and of course the tongue lashing that individuals in my position often get. I would like to say that unlike the cricketer, we don't get to take water breaks. We don't get to walk off the field between overs. We often don't get to reflect overnight. But eternal vigilance has to be our slogan. And where am I going? I believe I will take us there as I reflect on the next footprint in Sagari's journey, which I believe was left. And that was found in the controversial declaration he made in Trinidad that gave England a winning chance. England a winning chance. They took it. They won. And many disagree to this day, but I'm not concerned with whether he gave up a match or whether another team genuinely won the match. As I reflected on his contributions, I was more concerned with the principle. Sagari acted with conviction, guided by a code that perhaps some even in his team may not have understood, or maybe only they understood, even if the world would debate it for years and years and years to come. Decades later, as I've heard some paying tribute to him over the last couple of weeks, some people still ask the question, who won the test, England or cricket? I know, Mr. Speaker, it's human nature that we all like to win. But we also have to recognize that there are some victories that are measured not in scores or runs or in points, but there are some victories that have to be measured in principle. And I know that in leadership, there are times when people wouldn't agree. There are decisions that have to be made, and long after the decision has been made, many will argue, this is not about a trade union movement, but I can't help but think when the BW first moved into social partnership, or when we decided not too long ago to join the private sector and march against the NSRL, or when we support in the interest of nation building on popular positions that have to do with productivity or national security. That too is a declaration. I'm speaking about the declaration that Sagari made that was so controversial. Not everyone agrees in those moments. And there are some people who will never agree. But the principle is sound, and principle is always vindicated. I have the honor to mentor many who I often say to them, you may find yourself wrong, but if your decision is grounded in principle, you can rise or fall on principle, because principle will stand. Leadership recognizes that a ship in a harbor is safe, but that is not what ships were built for. In that controversial match, the match would have most likely ended in a draw. But that could be so boring. It is predictable, it is safe. But I believe that in his decision, even though the West Indies lost the match, and like people in my role in leadership, you will hear sell out, probably sell out. And that's where I draw the alignments. The loss for something. Not only people cursing you, but a change in strategy, because drawing a game is sure. But when people go to a cricket match, they don't normally just go to see a side win. You go for an exciting game. People remember the nail-biting games. Nobody don't really remember a draw unless you are on the side of the team that needed that draw so you wouldn't lose. But people don't talk about drawing games, stalemates. The footprint that Sagari left for me, and I believe other leaders in that controversial decision, was boldness. But more so accountability for one's actions. Accountability and the ability to bounce back, even when you've made a decision that may have been unpopular. People may not have bought into it long after the decision. But Sagari bounced back in the next match in Guyana, where he scored 152 runs in the first innings in Guyana, 95 not out in the second innings, and was able to take 6 wickets, 3 in each innings over 68 grinding overs, lessons in mentorship, the lesson to Lara, watch the ball, lessons in accountability against people saying that he's sold out and so on, but standing up and then bouncing back, the boldness and confidence in one's ability to bounce back. Mr. Speaker, I will reflect finally on the passing of his friend and teammate, which, as I watched him recounting that, shown over the last 2 weeks again, the interviews aired. Sir Garfield spoke with frankness, and he reflected on how deeply that passing impacted him. And more importantly, perhaps, how it reshaped his life. A young Sobers then, surrounded by his young team, was also affected by that loss. But he had to surrender his own grief to the welfare of his teammates. He understood in that moment of loss, that grief, that leadership was not only about personal glory, or in that instance, personal guilt or grief, but leadership was about responsibility to others always. So he had to push himself one side for the sake of the team. And while I was not yet born, because he actually retired from cricket 2 years before I was born. Mr. Speaker, well, I have to be speaking, therefore, from the point of view of what I have read, what I have heard, or what I have understood. I'm certainly not too young, nor am I too unfeeling or disconnected to recognize the divine hand that had to be guiding him into higher purpose. That moment, the loss of a colleague, the loss of a friend, in circumstances where you were there in the moment, that moment was a defining one. But his life then became a vessel through which generations of West Indian sportsmen and generations of leaders like myself can be influenced and could be shaped and could be strengthened and could be inspired to do more. Like many in this honorable chamber today, including those who wanted to claim that they could bat and they could bat left hand and whatever else, I am no cricketer, just as they're not. I am certainly no preacher, but I see myself as a humble servant leader of workers. And every day, and I had cause to reflect a lot as I heard all the accolades and all the tributes pouring in about Sir Gary's greatness over the past few weeks. I have reflected on my own journey, not much what has happened up to now, but the journey that still lies ahead. And I pray every day for the same courage to change the things I can, the strength to endure the things I cannot, and as we say, the wisdom and grace to know the difference. Sir Garfield Sobers walked with greatness, but more importantly, he walked with purpose. And those footprints, as I said at the start, remain for all of us who must continue the work of defending, uplifting, and transforming the lives of the people we serve. I say to his family, on behalf of my own family, the Barbados Workers Union family, the family in St. George North, the people of Barbados, thank you from a grateful people. In this year of significant milestones, personally, I will join those of you who are already on the 5th floor in a few days. Professionally, I am proud to lead an organization that is marching to 85 years in October this year. And I stand as a proud citizen of Barbados, anticipating our 60th anniversary of independence and our 5th year as a republic, which will be celebrated in November. And I just say, may his legacy continue to guide us in cricket, in leadership, and in service to this country that we love so much. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable St. James North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to also lend my voice to this very important tribute, and I assure you and the audience that it certainly wouldn't be long given the hour. But suffice it to say that for me, we're not only speaking about the world's greatest cricketer or our national hero or even a man for all seasons, but invariably, to my mind, a man who will be forever be the architect of greatness. And for me, it's about ensuring that we can build on his legacy. I listened to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East as he reminisced on his own time perhaps in his mind, as he said, being like Sir Gary. I had a similar encounter, but perhaps not as profound. But I remember in my household, my dad would always talk about the exploits of Sir Gary. And one of the things that he always mentioned about Sir Gary on the field was that he was able to, as they call it in cricket, take the ball off of the bat. You feel right under the batsman. So one day, playing cricket in the road, as most young Barbadians did, particularly in the 80s and 90s, I somehow got into my own head and believed that I could do the same. And if you know anything about cricket, Mr. Speaker, in the road, playing with a hard ball, the ball coming off of the bat, somehow wisdom escaped me that day, and I went straight under the way called the gun mouth and tried to take the ball off of the bat. And you can rest assured that I ended up with a big swollen thumb. I had to go and seek medical care. And the moral of that story forever remains with me, that there was only one Sir Gary, and I certainly was not him. But more importantly, Barbados is at a very important time in our history. And over the years, young people, in one way or the other, have heard stories that forever immortalize and cement in their mind the icon and the global legend that he is. And I remember when I was a youth ambassador in 2003, I was attending a Commonwealth youth meeting. I was 21 years old at the time. And as I passed immigration in Sydney, about to pass customs, the customs officer looked at my bag. Do you have anything to declare? No, I don't. Then he asked me, so where are you from? I said, Barbados. And without missing a beat, he says, Barbados, the country from that great man, Sir Garfield Sobers. And of course, at that time in my life, you're still finding yourself, you're still trying to navigate who you are as a person. And if anybody knows about the distance from between Barbados and Australia, I'm sure the family certainly does. You know that you're very far from home. And the first thing that an Australian would have said to me invariably was about your own Garfield Sobers. I cannot put to you in words what that meant and still means to this day, because it tells you, as you've seen in terms of the funeral, and particularly since his passing, the response that has become known around the world, and it speaks to the man. But I also want to, in my capacity as Minister of Responsibility for Education, also echo the sentiment and how pleased I am, as outlined very clearly this morning by our Prime Minister, on the renaming of the Bay Primary School and the intent to do so in the name and honor of Sir Gary. This, of course, is very fitting, and of course it will go to the Honours Committee led by our Honourable Member for St. Philip West. And I want to give the country and the family the assurance that everything will be done by the ministry working, of course, with the Prime Minister's Office and the Honourable Honours Committee, to do everything within our power to make sure that not only it is done, but done in a fitting way to reflect the man of the moment. And this is also important for a number of reasons. We have a duty, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we not only immortalize Sir Gary, but to look at the life lessons that we've heard throughout the day and certainly over the last few weeks, and to now firmly embed those values and ideologies and perspectives as lived by Sir Gary into the day-to-day ethos of our young people who will go on from adolescence into adulthood. And when you look, therefore, at a number of things, his life on and off the field was really one that reflected the motto which schools now say every day: nothing is impossible. Against all of the odds, he broke every record, created new records, and still to this day is seen as the world's greatest cricketer. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael East in his contribution, and I want to go on record as supporting that. And what do I mean? I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, there will be persons and cricketers around the world who will go on to do great things, who will be brilliant bowlers, brilliant spinners, wicket keepers, batsmen, etc. But it is certainly not in my contemplation that there can ever be anyone close that can ever come to Garfield Sobers. And we must therefore now move into the realm of ensuring not just that he's immortalized, but similarly to when you think of certain types of music, for example, classical music, you call names like Johann Sebastian Bach and Tchaikovsky and Beethoven. Similarly, if you're talking about fashion, you think about the fashion houses out of Italy and France. Standards for global excellence in those areas. Certainly in sport, Pelé amongst others. But to my mind, not only in the context of cricket, Garfield Sobers must be immortalized in the same vintage. And we have a duty, particularly from a cultural element, to also ensure that beyond this period that we're now in, that he is forever in the annals of history from a perspective of immortality. And what do I mean? Great thinkers and philosophers and icons of generations have lived through music and fashion and movies and podcasts and all sorts. And there's nothing stopping not just Barbadians, persons around the world, from really understanding, first of all, who he was and who he is, what he stood for, what he overcome, and how he was able to become great. And you see that word, great and greatness, we often take it for granted. And what do I mean by that? To be great, it means that you have excelled in a particular area or discipline. But to be the greatest, it means that you've overcome obstacle, hurdle, things against all the odds. But more importantly, it means that you've done all of these things not as a fluke or a one-off, but repeatedly. And to my mind, that is really what sets him apart from everybody else. And we must now use these things, certainly through education. One of the things that we will be doing is to ensure that what we call SAVE, the skills, the attitudes, the values, and excellence, everything must be now done through the lens of global greatness. And using Sir Gary as an anchor, particularly on the eve of our 60th and 60th year of independence, 5th year as a republic, to forever set a benchmark that cannot be moved. And what is that benchmark? Everything that we must do as a nation to propel us into further global competitiveness and success and resilience. All of the things that Sir Gary embodied through his career and his life has now become center in all that we do. And I therefore want to commit to ensuring that I can play my part, first of all, as a Barbadian, but two, in whatever capacity I have or will have in life, for us to really push his legacy going forward. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I was very happy to hear our Prime Minister announce the book that will be coming out focusing on Sir Gary, 365 Not Out. But one of the things that I will be saying to my colleagues next week, I go to Guyana for the COSOD meeting on education with the regional ministers of education, is that given what Sir Gary not just was to Barbados and to the world, but of course within the context of the West Indies, it should be required reading across the region for young citizens to understand who he was and what he overcame and what made him what he was on behalf of Caribbean people. And I want to say to the family, God has blessed all of you with a great man, an icon, a legend, and all of the different accolades that you can find. And you must feel a great sense of pride in being able to not just be associated with him, but to carry on for generations to come. A man that all of us in here and beyond have always looked up to and will forever do so. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very, very brief. Again, as much has been said, I take my jump-off point, Mr. Speaker, sir, from the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, who sits on my right, the Honourable Member for St. Michael East on my left. I grew up in a neighbourhood that stood just below St. Lawrence Gap, a tourist area, lots of hotels, in which the notion of graduating from school also meant that you were expected to wear black and white, to go and work in the tourist sector. That also, as well, was adjacent to Dover, a middle-class neighborhood. So I grew up with a fractured sense of consciousness that, yes, as a child of post-independent Barbados, that there was a reality then that still tied you to the colonial Barbados of the black and white of your destiny is tied to going back and working for the tourists. And then in the midst of this also middle-class background in which you were to aspire. And at the back of that was the whisper and echo of stories of Sir Gary. And these stories were not front of mind for me. I did not grow up fundamentally knowing about Sir Gary. My household was one of football. Uncles and terror lines was about football. But Sir Gary was something that was a person that you heard about in rum shops. When I got sent to the shop, and the men would be talking about Sir Gary, and they would be clapping one another on the back and laughing and talking about this man that was so good. So he was a legend that was on the fringes of my consciousness. That consciousness changed more when I went into secondary school. And again, not knowing frontally a lot about Sir Gary or understanding what he meant. But I remember there was a moment in class that cricket was in the air. And there were a bunch of girls, I went to school at Springer, who were talking incessantly about cricket. And I couldn't understand it, and I began to ask some questions. And they looked at me and they said, "Where you come from? You don't watch cricket? You don't know about cricket? Were you in the Beijing?" And they went on and they went on and they went on. And I asked some questions. And I remember going home and talking to my father, talking to my uncles, some others in the neighborhood, to try to understand the importance of this game called cricket and this man called Sir Gary and what he meant. That consciousness of understanding that when a man like Sir Gary stepped out on the field, that from the moment that he stepped out, it became an affront, a repudiation to that notion of the colonial story. That Sir Gary carried with him the pride, of the West Indian man living in London and in UK, in a country that was still determined to define him and define us, again, in an old way, and in the midst of that stepped Sir Gary. A reframing of the consciousness, a reframing of the lens through which I could see myself in the midst of the duality that I was experiencing growing up. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that while, yes, I understood all of the runs and all of the stats that were associated with Sir Gary's legacy, I watched more the man when he stepped on the field. I watched the swagger. I watched the upturned collar. I watched the way sometimes he propped up on the bat. And that told me that, again, as a young person, as a black woman growing up in the post-independence West Indies in Barbados, that there was something that was also distinctive. That there was a sense of pride that needed to be carried in the midst of everything, in the midst of the duality, in the midst of the circumstances, that there was a sense of pride. That swagger also told me about carrying a sense of confidence. That again, we did not have to make ourselves small. Even when we were placed in the midst of the same country and space in which the legacy of colonialism was strongest, that we could still take up space, that we can still hold our head up high and walk with a sense of confidence. It was that sense of confidence that I watched, that a man like Sir Gary, from Barbados, from Bayland, could carry with him. And it made me then question, again, sometimes the fatalism that we carry about ourselves and about our circumstances. I watched videos, again, of the West Indies and Sir Gary in loss. Not pretty. And I heard stories of how badly he felt when there was loss. He had a sense of shame. That he felt it so passionately, that the game was not just about himself, that the loss was internal, that it was felt. And that also told me something about resilience. That even in loss, there was a way to carry yourself. And that even in loss, there was a way to bounce back and to be resilient as well, because there was going to be another game, another time when you can step up again with the same confidence, sometimes even in the same place. It is those things, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I remember. And that upturned collar as well was so fundamental and so important. Because it said, I come out here in my white like everybody else, but watch, man, that there was something that you should watch, again, because a little different than anybody else. And that before he swung the bat or saw the ball, that you had to watch, because who is this man that could step out with his collar upturned, like he owned the place? And that, again, Mr. Speaker, sir, was fundamental. And even if we transpose everything that Sir Gary meant in that time to now, it also says to us, as small island developing states in the hostile global economy that we have now, that we can still take up that level of space. It was that ethos that Sir Gary carried that allowed us to stand again and say no to the shipwrighter agreement. That we're small, and yes, There are circumstances that are against us, but yeah, my color upturned though. Yeah, I could still take up space here. And it is those lessons more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, sir, that are important. And I believe it is those lessons and the ethos of who the man was fundamentally and what he represented to that project of nation building that we should remember most. The Honourable Member for St. Lucie spoke a lot about his humility. And I met Sir Gary as an adult. And I'm one, Mr. Speaker, sir, very honest. I judge people not by what they say and do once, but how they show up consistently. And every single time that I met Sir Gary, he was humble. That this man with so much accolades could greet you with such softness that he could be in one space so big and so loud, but then greet you with that level of softness and humility. Again, was something that I remembered. There was something about being in his presence and his smile, the little smirk that he would have there when he greeted you. Again, that made you check yourself. Because if you feel that you're big and you're standing in front of a man that is so great and he could be so humble, yeah, just check yourself just for a second there. Yeah? Because that, Mr. President, was fundamentally what I understood this man to be able to represent. And as I, Mr. Speaker, sir, stand in agreement with all of the calls for the renaming of schools and the edifices and all of the other things, and as our Prime Minister would have announced, as would have been indicated by the previous speaker, the publishing of a pamphlet, 365 Not Out, that will tell stories to inspire a generation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I call for more. I want comics and I want animation, because Sir Gary, if he is a hero for us, then should be immortalized in those ways that our children and the future generation can see him and encounter him in ways that they will connect to. That it's not just about those who will have sporting prowess that will be part of an academy, but that for all the generations that they will be able to encounter the story of Sir Gary. Not the runs, but the story of Sir Gary. I want not just for people to read it, but that it is embedded in the curriculum, Mr. Speaker, sir, in a way that our students have to argue about the greatness of the man. That at universities, that we are producing papers about the connection between independence, people like Sir Gary, and the history of West Indian cricket. That should be a fundamental part of what we do within our universities. I want videos and movies, Mr. Speaker, sir. I remember when I was Minister of Culture, I'd asked the National Cultural Foundation to reimagine Jackie Opal and reproduce a compendium of works in which we took the music of Jackie Opal and turned it into art and dance and painting. Why can't we do the same about the life of Sir Gary? Now, the legacy is not just something that we hold on to amongst a few, but that we ensure that it is embedded in the Barbadian history, that it will serve as a remembrance, that when we reach a hard place in the middle of a circumstance, that we take that example of the man walking across the field with his collar upturned, Mr. Speaker, sir, to meet the odds. To his family, we say condolences, but I say thank you. I say thank you. Because I understand what it is to have a father, a parent who's out there and belongs to the world. And that as a family, sometimes you have to take what's left when it is given there. And that is a sacrifice that you have made. And it's a sacrifice, again, given the outpouring of everything that has been said since his passing, that I hope demonstrates the love and the appreciation for that sacrifice that it is given. To Sir Gary, even as we have laid him to rest, Mr. Speaker, sir, I say, go easy because you have done well, thou good and faithful servant. I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable Member Sir Michael West.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today with a profound sense of pride and honor to be able to stand here in this honorable house to pay tribute to one of the greatest Barbadians who has ever lived, the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers. Sir, I intend to be very short, as I'm aware that the family has been very patient and gracious in allowing us all, who at times have clambered all over ourselves, to pay tribute to such a great man. But Mr. Speaker, this moment reminds me of the honor that it is to serve in this place as a parliamentarian and a representative of people, to be able to give tribute to our Barbadian like this, and I treasure this right. Mr. Speaker, there are some people whose lives become so intertwined with the story of a country that it becomes almost impossible to separate that individual from the nation. Sir Gary was such a man. He was not simply a great cricketer. He was not simply a global icon. He was simply one of our national heroes. For generations of Barbadians, Sir Gary was living proof of what was possible, what is possible. He showed us that a boy from humble beginnings, and as we heard earlier from all members, a boy from the Bayland. I wish the honourable member from St. Michael South was here. He is a boy from the Pine. And he has also achieved in his life. And I know that he would have loved to be here as well. A boy from the Bayland can stand on the greatest sporting stages of the world and be acknowledged not merely as one of the best from Barbados, but the best from the Caribbean and one of the greatest from the world. Mr. Speaker, to be very honest with you, Sir Gary was actually my first hero. I didn't really know much about cricket at the time, and I didn't understand much about the significance of international sport. I didn't even understand really much about representation at such a tender age, but I knew Sir Gary. He was my hero. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Sir Gary is my first hero, and Michael Jordan was my second. But there was something very different about Sir Gary. Michael Jordan played overseas. Sir Gary was ours. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say that my hero club was very elite. This was a club full of people who can claim the rightful title of the GOAT. Young people would know that as the greatest of all time. Mr. Speaker, my mother loved cricket, and that is how I gained love and appreciation for the sport. And I can recall that I first learned from her that Sir Gary was a left-hander. So, unlike the honourable member from Christchurch East, who tried to mimic all of Sir Gary's sporting accomplishments, like hitting 6 sixes and over and such like, I decided that I was going to do everything left-handed. So I would open the door left-handed. I would dribble the basketball left-handed. I would try and write left-handed. I would bat left-handed. Everything that I did, I would do left-handed because my mother convinced me that the greatest athletes were lefties. There was Diego Maradona. There was John McEnroe. He used to play a lot of tennis back in those days. Those were the stalwarts of their sports. And they were great, equally great. So I had it in my mind that I would do everything left-handed. But alas, my left side of my brain took over most of the time, and I'm still right-handed to this day. But, Mr. Speaker, if Sir Garfield did it with his left hand, this little boy wanted to do it with his left hand too. And that's the point. That is the power of a hero. Children do not simply listen to their heroes, they imitate them. They study them. They dream about becoming them. That's the power. That is why our regional sporting heroes are so important to our youth. Like Usain Bolt, Obadeli Thompson. It doesn't matter the sport. And sometimes without realizing it, those heroes begin to shape what us as children believe what we can do as well. That's why his legacy is far more important than cricket. And I want to reflect on what the Honourable Member from St. Michael East said. And it would be remiss of me not to mention this, as I'm the representative of St. Michael West, in which the Empire Sports Club resides. And that Sir Gary's struggle was a struggle of the average black child living in a post-colonial period. And the Empire Sports Club was a club that embodied the struggle of a black man. And as the Honourable Member that from St. Michael East said, Herman Griffith was one such cricketer. Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Everton Weekes. These were all Barbadians that were accepted into the Empire Sports Club when other clubs, as the Honourable Member said before, would not accept them. And I know that Sir Gary stood on their shoulders. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to reiterate his statistics, as I'll be very short, but his talent, which was a common theme today, is only part of the story. Obviously, talent cannot just translate into excellence. And we heard before some of the advice that Sir Gary gave to Brian Lara. You got to practice. You got to have discipline. That is equally as important as the talent. Talent without discipline is potential unrealized. Behind the grace, that what the world saw was the work, and that is the point that should definitely come out of this. Behind the seamless, effortless stroke play were countless hours of repetition that became muscle memory. And these are the things that we need to teach our youth, because today, what our young people see, because they're so heavily influenced by social media, they see a finished product, but they don't quite understand what it takes, what work it takes behind the scenes to be able to achieve that excellence. So whatever we take as we come away from this time, from this somber moment, is that we need to be able to mentor our young people. We need to be able to speak to them about the work that is required to achieve excellence, sir. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing that I came away with that really stuck with me was at the funeral when I believe it was Daniel said, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, the story that was given about when Sir Gary was 87 years old, and he was, and I find that very incredible, he was on the golf course playing around against you, and that he was able to, I don't know, birdie the hole. I don't know if you parred or if you didn't even get that far. But at 87 years old, partially blind or fully blind in one eye, to be able to achieve that means that greatness never really left him, did it? And to me, just the excellence and the God-given talent that he was given was something that we can all cherish and that we can all celebrate along with you, the family, as well. But, Mr. Speaker, as we honor Sir Gary, our responsibility cannot merely be to remember him. Our responsibility must be to use his memory, because national heroes should not become statues only that we occasionally walk past. Their stories should remain alive. So I want to echo what my colleague from St. James North said as well, that I think that publishing the little booklet on 365 is very important, as that will continue to reinforce his memory and greatness so that we can continue to inspire our young people. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very powerful to say that the fact that he comes from the Bayland, for our young children, seeing someone like them being able to succeed is equally as powerful. You know, when I think back to the little right-handed boy like myself trying to use his left hand, and I understand something today that I could not possibly have understood then. Seeing someone from your country achieve greatness, your perception of boundaries of possibilities then become limitless. And as my colleague said, nothing is impossible. So I think that these are the stories that we need to take away from this, that we can rightly claim that Sir Gary, as one of Barbados' greatest sons, his significance belongs to the entire Caribbean as well. He wore the maroon of the West Indies. He represented a region that was emerging from the post-colonial era, discovering a new sense of identity and self-confidence. You hear our Prime Minister talk about this a lot, that the self-confidence is something that we need to instill in our young people. And that is something that was robbed from us and probably is encoded in our genetics, something that we take away, quite unfortunately, from that dark era of slavery. And that self-confidence that he displayed, that resilience, as was said earlier, is equally as important in unleashing the tremendous gifts that he was given from God. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, there are very few people who can genuinely be described as once in a generation, the GOAT. There are even fewer who can transcend generations. Listen, I mean, he's one of these athletes that you could put him in any era and he will succeed. But not only will he succeed, he will be the creme de la creme. He will be the GOAT. He will be on top. Like Michael Jordan, that rarefied era. I would put Kobe in there too, but I put in LeBron in there. So he transcends generations. And to those who watched him play, he was a genius in motion. And those who grew up hearing his name, he was a hero. And to Barbadians, he will forever be our national hero. For me, he will also forever be that first sporting hero, the man who made me want to use my left hand in everything. But Mr. Speaker, perhaps it captures better than statistics ever could the influence that Sir Gary had on actual people, making children want to be just like him. He gave us pride, sir, from the Bayland to the world, as Usain Bolt was said, from humble beginnings to immortality. A Barbadian boy who became a global legend. I almost wish that Sir Gary was born today with all of the tools that we have today, social media, and even when you're in college, you can make millions of dollars in branding and all these other things. If only. But you know what? His legacy will live on. He will live on through you, the family, his children, his grandchildren. And on behalf of the people who I represent, I would like to offer my sincere condolences to you. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to extend condolences to the family of Sir Gary on behalf of myself, my family, the constituents of Christchurch East Central, sir, and to say that this resolution today, I fully support, sir. I will share just a couple of reflections, sir, given all that has been said here today. And you will forgive me, sir, but I went through a period of my life, sir, about 30 years ago, just out of university, where I bought as much literature on West Indian cricket and the link that cricket had with the development of the region, sir. I have a shelf at home with novels by Earl Lovelace and Michael Anthony and Austin Tom Clark, sir, who all reflected in their various writings on cricket and what it meant for the average West Indian, sir. And so I had to bring this with me today, sir, A History of the West Indies Cricket by Michael Manley, only because in remembering what was written and trying to imagine the circumstances of what was happening, it is difficult for young people today, even some of us, I mean, I'm young. It is difficult for young people to understand, sir, fully what circumstances Sir Gary and those that represented us, and I know that the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, he's still young too, but what it took to represent not just Barbados, but to represent a region coming after hundreds of years of enslavement, mentally and otherwise, sir, and that what was achieved was nothing short of phenomenal. So just permit me, sir, to share some statistics, but from a different perspective. I reflect on the scorecard, sir, of the third test, West Indies versus Pakistan, 1958. And sir, let me say, I know that Sir Gary valued partnerships because he understood, sir, that in order for the West Indies to be successful, for us to show the world that we have the confidence and the capability to run our own affairs, that this game of cricket and how we excel and how we demonstrated our skill required us to work together. And so as I reflect on this scorecard, sir, 790 for 3 declared was the total. 790 for 3 declared. Now, in recent times, I don't think any of us could remember, sir, the West Indies scoring 790, even coming close, far less for 3 declared. But that aside, sir, this is 1958. 1958 in Jamaica, and I go back to partnerships. Conrad Hunt, sir, a man from Belplain, opens the batting, sir, with Rohan Kanai, puts on 87 runs for the first wicket. The first wicket. 87 for 1. In steps Gary Sobers, sir, batting at number 3. And puts on 446 runs, sir, in partnership with Conrad Hunt for the second wicket, sir. So imagine, sir, a boy from Belplain and a boy from the Bayland showing the world what partnerships can achieve. Allowing all of us to immortalize in our minds the significance of these works, these contributions. And so Sir Gary, being great, might seem as if it's par for the course. But the reality, sir, is that the standard of cricket that others around him extracted from him, encourage him, sir. Because at the end, sir, Conrad Hunt scored 260 runs, opening the batting. And nobody talks about that, but Sir Gary understood that as the runs were piling on, sir, and you, sir, we all know we were growing up in the road, we were on back for the whole day. And this is the kind of thing that all of us would like to be experiencing, where you know you got the opposition and you're grinding them, and you're grinding them. And they're all 6s and 4s. They hold the fellas today think that T20 and everything's a 6 and a 4. You rotate the strike and you just grind them down, sir. You grind them down, you grind them down. But I go on, sir, because when Conrad Hunt, now Sir Conrad, the late Sir Conrad, sir, got out, and the score was 533, sir, in steps Everton the course of week, sir. Now, regrettably, sir, Everton only scored 39. But again, sir, another partnership, sir, of 69 runs with Sir Gary on the way to the 365, not out. And when Sir Everton got up, sir, who comes next? Clyde Walcott, sir. Sir Clyde Walcott. 88 runs, not out when the game, well, not the game, the innings had to be declared because of the crowd coming onto the pitch, sir. Partnerships. Sir Gary understood partnerships. So when he stepped onto the field, sir, with his collar up, as I heard the member for Christchurch South shared earlier, what I think about that reflection and what I want young people to understand and appreciate is that we want our young people to have the confidence to go into any room, any part of this world, and be like Sir Gary. Because the moment Sir Gary stepped onto that wicket, sir, onto that field, with his collar up, he meant business. He knew that he was here to do the business, not just batting for Gareth Eastwood, but he was batting for us in the IV, all across Barbados, all across this region. And he was doing so, encouraging others, sir, to be excellent. And between 1955 and, realistically speaking, sir, 1995, when the West Indies as a collective was the dominant sporting franchise globally, where, as you heard during the tributes, sir, Sir Gary demonstrated and gave confidence, especially in 1966, sir, series in England, when we were negotiating our release from the British, gave us the confidence that we could govern ourselves, sir. That is important. And as I reflect on the fact that I can think of no other sporting personality other than perhaps Muhammad Ali, who, and I will come to just to share that reflection in a couple minutes, sir, whose, well, maybe, but I'm talking about the political views, and I know that Sir Gary was always known to be apolitical, but I will share an interpretation of something that happened to him that I know could only be a true expression of him. Because we've all spoken, sir, about what West Indies cricket has meant to the liberation of the Caribbean, and how these black men, in expressing our confidence to the world for almost 40 years, it wasn't all hunky-dory, because we won some series, we lost some series. But for almost 40 years, sir, led by Sir Gary, the West Indies demonstrated to the world that as islands, that we can be greater than the sum of each of us individually. And so you would recall, sir, that in 1969, in South Rhodesia, as it was called then, sir, there was a bloody war. Bloody war, sir. And Robert Mugabe was in the fight with respect to the liberation of Zimbabwe from the British, sir. And as you would imagine, if we reflect on how important cricket was and how important Sagari and the rest of the West Indies cricket team was for the liberation and the mindset of West Indian people, Sagari went to coach black youth in Zimbabwe. And he was castigated for doing that. And it is something that I know that obviously hurt him, because imagine, sir, imagine that all you have done in your cricketing career, as we have expressed over and over, is to challenge the authority of the colonial powers on the cricket field. And whilst Zimbabwe was in its fight for independence, but the only thing that Sagari could possibly believe that he could contribute to the fight was to create an army of young black cricketers in Zimbabwe to equally do what was done in the West Indies as our part of creating a cadre of elite sportsmen to be able to do that in Zimbabwe, what was effectively done in the West Indies. And it is something, sir, that as a hero, he apologized to the Caribbean public for it, sir, because he was under immense pressure. And I recall, sir, in the book, as it states here, that Sagari was on his way to play a game at Kennington Oval in 1969, sir. It was a county match, sir. And the crowd, when he arrived, sir, of West Indians, angry with placards, demonstrating because Sagari had gone to Zimbabwe to coach black players. Now, in the midst of all the politics and everything, we get heated. And you and I both know, sir, that any time anybody refers to you as an Uncle Tom, it hits at the core. Because the notion that Sagari was a sellout was nonsense. Because, as I said, the West Indies had created its own revolution through cricket. And therefore, Sagari, in coming to the fight, could only seek to go and arm those young black athletes in South Rhodesia, as it was known then, but Zimbabwe, to be able to continue the fight. Because we have to do what we can to ensure that the mindsets of our people are released from the shackles of all colonial power, sir. And I share that reflection because of all the things that were written about Sagari. I found that one particularly interesting because it shows that in spite of what other people may think and believe, that you sometimes have to step out of your comfort zone to be able to help. As I've heard many members in here say today, sir, people have been inspired by the things that Sagari did, not just on the field, but also off the field. And I say to his family that in that particular point in time he was going through, he had a little bit of bad form. But as he arrived at the game and the heckling and stuff was going on, sir, Sagari could only do what he could do best, respond. He won the toss, he let it the bat. The team was 15 for 3 when he came in. And as the writing goes, sir, Sagari goes on to make 160 shots all about the Oval, sir. 2 6s, 28 4s, and the crowd hollering for murder. In the only way, sir, that Sir Gary could respond, because you did not expect to be received in that manner, in the way that he was received, sir. And he follows that up in the second inning, sir, with 103. So, of course, by then, sir, the crowd is silenced. Everybody is satisfied that Sobers is back. And therefore, I say that as leaders, we sometimes have to make sure that people understand the journey and what is required sometimes, sir, to be able to get things done that may not necessarily be popular, but I think Sir Gary certainly reflected that for me. And I just want to read something very quickly, sir. Oh, there it is. Just a short passage to reflect something that was written on it, because it says here two paragraphs quickly, sir, and this is the history of West Indies cricket. I'm sure the library has one somewhere, so I can't make this a document in the house, but I'm sure it's somewhere on Parliament's premises. So great was Sobers' performance that it first silenced and then shamed his countrymen back to some sense of decency and perspective. Those who had booed were virtually commanded by his performance to the standing ovation which they gave him until he disappeared into the pavilion. It is this kind of personal gallantry that lifts Sobers, the producer of incredible statistics, into another dimension that goes beyond even genius to some realm of character which it is given to very few human beings to enter. John Kennedy once wrote of courage as grace under pressure. Sobers had all of that, but under pressure, he had something else: the capacity to counterattack and to direct his riposte to the precise requirement of the situation. Time and time again, Sir Gary and many after him, Clive Lloyd and the team of the 70s and the 80s, went to bat for us, for the West Indies, inspired, sir, by Sir Garfield Sobers. As you know, sir, there were subsequent rebel tours and there was always issues around that, but the reality is that as West Indians, sir, we don't fight in the way that other people just fight in other parts of the world. We try to inspire people to become great. Sir Gary was that for us. And I will end on this, sir. At the funeral, Brian Lara asked for the powers that be, sir, to make sure there's an intervention to see some type of resurgence of the West Indies in 10 years. I had a conversation with the Honourable Member for St. John, the Minister of Sport. We had a conversation with Sir Gordon Greenidge on the very day, sir. I spoke with Sir Curtly Ambrose, who, as you know, sir, recently complained that in spite of the fact that having over 400 wickets in Test cricket and all the coaching things that they say that he's supposed to get, that the Cricket West Indies don't want to use him in any way. I spoke to Mr. Lara as well. And together, through the Ministry of Sport, we are going to make this happen. I believe, sir, it is the fitting way to honor our heroes. We will study Sir Gary, and we will finish his work. With those words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable for Christchurch West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Beyond a boundary, CLR James produced one of the greatest cricketing books ever written by mankind. And there was one question in the book, which I believe was inadvertently answered by the great man, Sir Garfield Sobers himself. And that question is, what do they know of cricket who only cricket know? What do they know of cricket who cricket only know? It's a question that begs us as a people of a particular racial dimension to understand that the fight associated with cricket on the field is similar to the fight that we back then and probably still do encounter as it relates to our socio-economical struggles. And the great man, Sir Garfield himself, was able to go beyond that cricketing fight on the field and succeed in a way that it transcended even into our socio-economic spaces as a people. The inspiration on the field, the ability to achieve that which no other cricketer probably would say up to this day has been able to, recognizes that cricket and back then what it did to us as a people was and still is an essential tool for our upliftment, liberation, and motivation. It spoke to giving persons back then, young men who were never recognized, who, because of class, color, race, religion sometimes, had limited opportunities to achieve, to aspire to achieve. He gave those young men who had athletic ability to be scratched and touched with an experience so good that he changed forever their dimensions. And it brings me back to the old axiom which speaks to the fact that a mind scratched with a new experience, once it is good, will never return to its old dimension. So Garfield Sobers was able, on the cricket field and off the cricket field, to scratch the minds of young men from across Bayland in the envelopes of the great constituency of Christchurch West Central and across Barbados in a way that they were able to be inspired to live and dream the Barbadian dream. He was not only, admittedly, and you heard it the whole morning, the whole day, to be a successful figure on the cricketing field, but his exploits as an ambassador in the international sphere, in the regional sphere, is well documented. You would have heard my colleagues spoke this morning earlier about the fact that he was given a regional award, the Order of the Caribbean Award, recognizing his work, and that was given around the same time when my mother happened to give birth to me. And it recognized that his efforts on the cricket field started a movement where Caribbean people unified in a special way to be successful, not only in the cricketing arena, but to be successful as a region as it relates to how we treat to each other. He was ambassador extraordinary. And the tenets of humility, selflessness, hard work, discipline were exposed everywhere he went. And not only every nook and cranny in Barbados, but around the world. He was recognized for his modesty. Persons in his presence oftentimes did not recognize that he was a man who ruled the cricketing world. And it not only had international significance, but you heard earlier that the socioeconomic inspiration that was laid because of Sir Garfield's exploits on the cricketing field. Not only that, because that is well documented as well, how he was able to inspire young black men and women to be the best at whichever chosen field of endeavor. To be the best. Best for him was really the simple acronym for better every single time. Because irrespective of whether on the field or off the field, I think Sir Garfield lived by that basic acronym of BEST. He delivered better every single time. Every single time on the cricket field, every single time on the international sphere as ambassador for this country and for the region, every single time when he was able to give, even after cricket, in terms of his philanthropy. We know for a fact that Sir Garfield believed in give back. That which we are right now having the conversations with Barbadians. How you can give back to help build your country. And Sir Garfield's philanthropy in terms of helping and coaching young cricketers across the Barbados is, again, well documented. He believed in it. He believed in giving to the country which made him the global icon that he was. He believed in it. He believed in the virtues of good, strong family and family dynamics. And so he would have spent many waking hours of the day ensuring that he became the inspirational role model for persons who he came in contact with. That was his simple mantra. And so you will often find Sir Garfield lending assistance to young cricketers across Barbados. The Sir Garfield Sobers tournament, we know of it, how involved he was. We didn't have to be in earshot of the great man, Brian Lara himself, who spoke lucidly about advice given to him when he had difficulties. Great cricketer as he is. A man who scored 400 runs, not out, who broke the record of Sir Garfield, but still laments the fact that Sir Garfield himself was able to give him advice when he was having difficulty. Simple advice that he himself did not pick up in terms of the cricketing advice, why he was getting the issues that he was getting. And Sir Garfield did it in a selfless way. That was the manner of man that we are paying tribute to today. I want to say the significance of his contribution also extends in the cultural dimension. You have Sparrow saying about Sir Garfield Sobers in sound. I should think the year was 1966, the same year that Barbados became independent. And then everybody know about the Garfield Sobers by the Merry Men. That iconic group. The group which seek to bring a level of merriment to the heart of Barbadians. I am saying that there's not much more for me to add about the great man himself, but to say and to thank the family for lending Sir Garfield Sobers to us. It is a sacrifice that only you yourself can reflect on, because we are on the outside seeing him giving selflessly in an extensive way to the country that he loves so much. But you would have lived it as brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, uncles, aunts, persons in a household. You would understand it different. You would understand sometimes when a daddy can't be at home because he's out representing the country in a way that we probably can't. And so we have to thank you specially for the sacrifice and for giving Sir Garfield Sobers to us for 90-odd plus years. Because we believe, I believe, I think those in earshot of my voice believe, that Sir Garfield Sobers spent every single day of his life representing this 166 square miles of a country called Barbados in every single which way possible. That is what I believe. And I wanted to close because I could not sit down and thank every single person, including the Speaker of the House, for giving me this opportunity, unless I equally say that. And secondly, thank the family for the example you all have set. And it's speaking directly to the family now in terms of the way how we are supposed to treat our elders in this country. You are a fine example in terms of a family as to how we should treat. And if it's one lesson learned that the rest of Barbados should inculcate, is the care, love, and attention you give to Sir Garfield Sobers in the twilight of his years. We call it the silver economy. I will call it the golden years of his life, where you as a family took care, equal care of Sir Garfield Sobers in a way that we believe every single Barbadian should be taken care of persons who have reached that age. Unfortunately, it's not happening. And I've said already that the moral test of this country is how we treat, not only to our young people in the dawn of their lives, but to our elderly population. And the way how you cared, love, and extend your arms to help with Sir Garfield Sobers is something that I would like the whole of Barbados to hold on to as an example of the way how we should treat to our elderly population. You certainly, as a family, have passed the litmus test. And I'm proud to say, as minister responsible for people in Paramount Elder Affairs, that you have set the bar high as it relates to how we should treat to our mothers, our elderly mothers and sisters, our aunts and uncles, who, as I speak, are being abandoned every single day. Who, as I speak, are being left without food and shelter by family members who can do better. So if it's one thing that I, as minister, can take away from the latter years of Sir Garfield Sobers is how his family was able to treat him and to care for him and to allow him to live in dignity. And that I'm proud of. And I think that Barbadians can recognize and use your family model as the perfect example, maybe how we should treat to our elderly population. Because what I'm saying is Barbados now is certainly not the Bajan way. And I want to congratulate you for providing that care, love, and that understanding and empathy to Sir Garfield Sobers in those latter years. I want to say that we are happy, we are thankful for the life of Sir Garfield St. Albans Sobers. And in closing, I just want to say that his contribution, as I started, goes far beyond the boundary line. He inspired, he brought pride to Barbados, to the Caribbean, and to the world through his service to cricket. His legacy is not and will never be measured alone by his records, his accolades, whether locally or internationally, the trophies that you have won. But his legacy will be measured by his mentorship, his inspiration to young Barbadians of all dimensions, him being our national hero, our cricket icon, and the global ambassador of the Caribbean and the region. May his legacy live on. May he rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it.
The mic is on.
Right, very celebratory as well for all of us. At the outset, allow me to express our gratitude to the family of the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sir Albans Sobers, affectionately known to all of us as Sir Gary. I want to thank the family for being here with us throughout the entire day. I know, unlike all of us, you are not accustomed to sitting for so long, unless it's perhaps having watched Sir Gary in a cricket match. But you have been patient and you have listened to all of us recount the endless stories of our personal experiences as well as our reflections on the life of someone who, for us, was a cricket icon, but also our national hero as well. And your presence has meant a lot to us today. And I know that if Matthew could have been here, I know that he would have wanted to have been here with us as well. I'm sure he's listening online to be able to hear the tributes from each of the members of Parliament. And even those who have not had the opportunity to speak, again, I think on behalf of the entire Parliament, we again want to express our condolences to the entire family. So today, as we have had the opportunity to be able to pay tributes to Sir Gary, a man whose name has become synonymous with excellence, with achievement, humility, and pride for our nation and the wider Caribbean. I am mindful that as we recognize the legendary cricketer, an immortal sporting icon, the greatest all-rounder the game has ever seen, to you, the family, he was a father, he was a brother, he was a great-grandfather, he was a grandfather, he was a brother, an uncle, and a family member, someone that you all indeed loved. And while we have recollected on his record, on his achievements and his greatness on the field, the reality is that each of you are well aware of the quiet moments, the memories, perhaps the smile that he gave that we didn't get a chance to see. And the fact is that when the cameras start rolling, the reality is that the family is the one that has to pick up the pieces. Whether they're highs or there are lows, it is you that are the ones that are the recipients of those moments that we never get to see. And We want to, I think in this chamber, you've heard it from almost every single member, I simply say thank you for the time that has been spent, for the fact that, you have given and shared Sir Gary with the rest of the world. I know it cannot be easy. I often tell people I am a child of a public figure as well. So every time that we have to do tributes, my tributes are really not simply about the achievements of the individual, but I take it almost personal, because I know that when those cameras stop rolling, there is a reality behind the scenes that families encounter, whether it is good news or whether it is bad news. And therefore, again, I want to thank you all for being so patient today with us. Unlike some of my colleagues whose memories are very, how to put it, many of them either spoke about wanting to be cricketers, or admiring Sir Gary in certain ways because of their age. When I thought back about it, I was probably 2 years old at the time when Sir Gary was on the field. So I don't really have the rich memories of what he would have accomplished in terms of actually being a part of that experience. I was born in 1976, so basically it was 2 years, I think, after he had really come out of the international sporting career and come back to Barbados. And I was just 1 year old, I think, when he was actually made a national, knighted rather, by the Queen. So as I pay tribute today, Mr. Speaker, I am mindful that I grew up at a time where, while I didn't know him personally at that time, that certainly his influence and indeed his legacy had already been firmly established before I was perhaps even thought of, and certainly indeed had the opportunity to really truly appreciate his contribution. But like the generations of Barbadians who would have poured out their soul in terms of their own appreciation for Sir Gary, I also grew up knowing what Sir Gary represented, and the immense pride that he not only brought to Barbadians, but also that he brought to the Caribbean and indeed to the rest of the world as well. I often wish that I had been around to witness him at his peak, because growing up, my own love for cricket was too often accompanied by the heartbreak of watching the West Indies struggle. Many of us know that emotional roller coaster that sometimes we have gone on and we've been placed on, placing our faith in a team, and then only to experience sometimes the disappointment of a game. And so I wish I was a part of that generation that actually was able to witness his accomplishments and his achievements, and certainly to hear and to see him on the world stage really representing this country. My generation would have heard the stories of an era when West Indies cricket represented dominance, when it represented confidence and excellence. And it was at the center of that story that Sir Gary Sobers would have stood. While I didn't know him as intimately as some others, our families would have crossed paths over the years as well. I'm fortunate that my goddaughter, Zinzi, who I know is not here today, is also his great niece. And through that connection, I'm therefore close to his great niece, Erica, and her mom. His niece, Letitia, who is also here today, would have been a student with me at the foundation school. And what do I say about Mark? Mark is one of those faces that you saw everywhere with the Haynes boys, both Richard and Kashka. And of course, I had an opportunity with his son, Daniel. I'm not sure if he recalls, but after Sir Gary had come back to Barbados and he'd been working with the National Sports Council, there was a celebration where they had acknowledged him at Brady's Bar, which was then owned by my father in Dover. And Sir Gary, Sir Everton Weeks, I believe it was Clive Lloyd, Condir Riley, and a number of the other cricketing fraternity were hosted at Brady's Bar. One of the things that stood out on that occasion was that Sir Gary, everybody knew that this legendary cricketer was in the building, but the reality is he was as comfortable as ever amongst all people of all walks of life. And Brady's was one of them places. It was like the glorified rum shop back in the day. Everybody of every walks of life frequented those doors. And Sir Gary was himself in that space. That was probably my first real interaction with him. And I remember recognizing certainly his humility. Everybody was buzzing that Sir Gary was coming to the bar that night. Dad has, which he is very proud of. He has them in his office. And anyone who comes to the house has to see this photo with Sir Gary Daniel in the background. I will share it with you at the appropriate time. But he's very proud of that. And why is he proud of that as well? Not just because of the reasons that everybody has expressed in terms of the sportsmanship of Sir Gary, but my father also lived in the Bayland for many years. My brother was also raised in the Bayland. And Daddy also had a private school, Kay's Academy, at the corner of Chelsea Road. So basically the two of them were, when Dad came back from the UK, he was actually living in the Bayland and was very familiar, as he would tell me, with how people in the Bayland actually responded to Sir Gary and his achievements. And so many times when they would interact, it was always stories about the pride of coming from community. I think Sir Gary represented well the fact that, yes, he came from humble beginnings, but it did not stop him from remembering where he had come from. And I think that is one of the lessons for me of his life, that no matter how high you go, how far in life, you are able to accomplish things, that the reality is that you always have to look back. You have to look back to see where you have come from, and never forget where you have come from, but also try to see how you can contribute to those who are also trying to climb up the ladder. And it was therefore not surprising when the Honourable Prime Minister spoke this morning in relation to, the occasions where she would have spent with him, where, walking to the field, he would stop to engage with young people. That was also, again, consistent with what my dad spoke about when he was Minister of Sports as well in the early 80s, because he spoke of a man who, in Sir Gary, encouraged him as a former Minister of Sports and Community Development to actually improve the conditions of sporting facilities across the country. Dad has the record of being one of those ministers, and I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. John has followed in his footsteps, but he made sure that playing fields across the country were well lit, that the fields were well developed, so that, again, young people like himself and Sir Gary had the opportunity to be able to play a sport. And in many cases, that sport obviously was one that both of them enjoyed, which was the sport of cricket. I feel as though that generation understood, because of their humble beginnings as well, the importance of what having these types of sporting facilities means to people who start in humble beginnings, but who have so much ahead of them where opportunities may not be readily available. And it was those types of conversations that my dad has often spoke about with Sir Gary that certainly also inspired him as a Minister of Sports to ensure that he was able to do the type of development to allow other young boys in the country who didn't have a gold spoon in the mouth and didn't have a fairy godfather or mother to be able to make sure that they had a space, that they had the environment in which they could be nurtured, in which their talents could be molded, so that they too could be destined for greatness as well. I recall as well Dad speaking to me about the Sir Garfield Sobers complex. At the time, I think our party was not in government, but when it was actually named. But what I do recall him mentioning is that obviously he would have been responsible as sports minister at the time for being able to do the relationship with the agreement with the People's Republic of China. And then, ironically, you then had, when the Democratic Labour Party administration took over, then Sir Wes Hall, who took over, who's a very dear friend of Sir Gary, was able to name the Wilde Gymnasium after Sir Gary. What it showed me certainly is that, there was no political divide or any politics in Sir Gary. I saw him in our bar, as I said, mixing with people of all walks of life, of people across the political divide. It did not matter. Sir Gary represented for all of us an individual that I think no matter what our background was, that we could certainly relate to. And I think it is that connection, that, what we saw in him, that has made all of us extremely proud of the individual that he became, and certainly what has inspired all of us to be able to pay tribute in the way that we have today. The reality is, though, that Sir Gary's greatness was not confined to Barbados. When I think of the songs, like Rally Around the West Indies by David Rudder, a rally cry for us to rally around the West Indies team, the truth is, Sir Gary represented that. When he put on his gear and he hit the cricket field, the reality is he didn't just walk as a Barbadian. He walked as a man of the region. He walked as a cricketer that was representing the spirit of the Caribbean. I have spent, Mr. Speaker, many, many years in the entertainment industry, and there are only two things I feel that unite the Caribbean even more than politics: music, and I believe sports. And what I have seen in both, and certainly in what Sir Gary has done, is united the Caribbean in ways that the political class can only imagine, in terms of being able to bring that level of unity together. When Sir Gary stepped onto a field, he played not just for Barbados, he played for the Caribbean region. And that is why the respect has come for him across the shores, because we all recognize a man that was larger than 166 square miles. It is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that our Prime Minister saw it fit to bring our two national heroes at the time together, crossing over two generations, because I remember when discussions came up about Robin Rihanna Fenty being endorsed as a national hero. The reality is it didn't sit well at first with all Barbadians, but look at what Rihanna has achieved today. And in their own ways, different paths, they have both led a life that has certainly allowed Barbadians to be proud of the contributions that they have both made to this country, to the development of this country, and being able to put Barbados on the map. And certainly no matter where I go and wherever I have roamed, the reality is that Barbadians of all walks of life are proud of both of their achievements, but equally the rest of the world is equally proud of what Barbados has produced. Perhaps the only other person that I believe at this point that has reached that global acclaim is the Honourable Prime Minister in terms of her prowess on the international stage. But that will be a conversation for another time, because I believe in our hearts we recognize her as also representing the excellence that is necessary for this country and for our young boys and girls to be able to look up to. Sir Gary spoke warmly with everybody. I remember being with my honourable colleague from Christchurch East, visiting him in the box, taking pictures. He didn't discriminate. I think all of us have spoken to it in terms of that humility, because sometimes when people reach a certain level, people are, unsure whether they can approach them. But Sir Gary was never one of those people that didn't have time for you or didn't want to engage with you. And for that, certainly, I think all of us are grateful that we had an opportunity at different levels in our interaction to be able to appreciate him. The reality is he was a Barbadian, but one who had, as PM always says, global Bayesian roots, but is a global citizen. And I think in his own way, he has inspired Barbadians to greatness. His life has reminded us that greatness is also never achieved alone. It is nurtured in the families, it is forged in our communities, it is strengthened by opportunities that people receive, and it is sustained by character. And from the Bayland to Kensington Oval, from Barbados to the wider Caribbean and the world, Sir Gary carried with him not only extraordinary talent, but also the values of humility, of discipline and service. And that perhaps more than any record or statistic is the legacy that will endure. I support the renaming of the Bay Primary School in the community in which Sir Gary was so proud. And I believe that his passing, given the discourse that I've heard in many circles, from the rum shops to all of the other corners of the society, that the conversation about cricket and our love for cricket and the things that we need to do for cricket, that perhaps we will have discussions that now will even be more meaningful than they were before. Because sometimes it takes things to happen for people to realize the things that now need to be put in place if we are to sustain the sport for future generations. Over the years, I have heard much said about producing a feature-length film to be able to immortalize Sir Gary. I appreciate that we will produce a book, but I also believe in a 2026 lifetime that really and truthfully we have to go the step further as well to ensure that we produce the film. And I hope that with the family's consent, that those discussions are no longer simply discussions, but that the best way to preserve, I think, his memory is to be able to have something, not just a YouTube video, but to have something that is iconically Barbadian by way of film. And I hope that this is something that is already in the minds of the family, beyond the paraphernalia and all those other things that I think there are great benefits to be derived from his legacy. I think just as we've done for Bob Marley, and we've also seen with other people who have excelled in greatness from the Caribbean, that we also need to find that time and that space to be able to recognize Sir Gary in that way. So I plant that there in the hope that either it's already in discussion or that it is certainly in the near future that we will actually see Sir Gary on film. And I have no problem playing a role in the film if necessary. Now, Barbados has lost a legend, and the Caribbean has lost one of its greatest icons, and the sporting world has lost one of its finest ambassadors. But while our country has lost a legend, the reality is, as I said at the outset, that the family has lost, their loved one. And I do appreciate, and the Honourable Minister who just sat briefly touched on it, in terms of what families often go through when people are aging. And I too want to again extend my appreciation to the entire family, to all of Sir Gary's caretakers, because I have seen many who have passed who did not have that kind of support, both from whether it was government or whether it was from families. And I think that it is to be commended, the efforts that were made to make sure that he not only passed with dignity, but that he did not suffer in any way. And I really want to extend sincere thanks to the entire family and all who would have supported him on his journey away from this land. So on behalf of a grateful nation, on behalf of a grateful parliament, on behalf of the people of Barbados, on behalf of the Caribbean, and all of the admirers across the world, I want to simply say thank you. Thank you to all of the members who have spoken so glowingly about Sir Gary, and certainly thank you again to the family for being present with us today. The tributes will end, but the reality is that all of you will have to get on with your lives, but knowing that after today that you have heard not only from each of us a little snippet of how we have felt certainly about Sir Gary, but that the entire country has been mourning the loss of Sir Gary with you, and no doubt will continue to mourn his loss as well. So thank you again for sharing Sir Gary with us. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I therefore move that this resolution do now pass.
Bailey, second that, sir.
Honourable Leader of Government Business, before we pass the resolution, I wish to say a couple of words on behalf of the Parliament of Barbados. From my family and I, from the clerks of Parliament, from the offices of the Marshals of Parliament, and from the entire Parliament staff, we want to extend sincere condolences to the family. I do not believe that a tribute can be complete for someone as great as Sir Gary unless we truly understand and recognize the deep sociological impact that the feats of Sir Gary has had on our society. We must honestly remember the social stratification of our society when Sir Gary performed all of these feats. That is how our society was stratified. Social stratification is based basically on how society divides groups, and it is based on wealth, power, education, and status. Those are the four dimensions that our society is stratified on. And examine carefully the feats of Sir Gary. Those were accomplished in 1958, the 1960s, the 1970s. Realistically, Sir Gary was at the bottom rung of the ladder. Sir Gary possessed no power. He possessed no wealth. What little education he had was not of anything significant at the time. And what status did Sir Gary had at the time? Because status is built on two things. You have either ascriptive status if you're born in nobility. Sir Gary was not born in nobility. So any status that Sir Gary had basically was achieved status through his feats on the cricketing field. So we must never forget that. So that to really complete a historical analysis of the feats of this great man, history needs to examine carefully what he has done for the society of Barbados. And in closing, only thing I will say is that Sir Gary played an innings of 89 years with great panache, the same panache that he exploited on the cricket field. Long may his memory live on. The question is that this resolution do now pass. All those who are members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Before we allow the family to leave, could we stand in 1 minute silence in memory of the great Sir Gary Soares?
Till 1:45. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of the House until 6:45 p.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 6:45 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 6:45 p.m. The sitting is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, revert to papers.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to lay loan contract 6097 OCBA IDB claimer, first individual operation main replacement and non-revenue water reduction program in Barbados.
Revert to government notices.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the Domestic Terrorism Bill 2020.
First readings of bills.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Domestic Terrorism Bill 2026.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methink the ayes have it.
Personal explanations. Motions for leave of absence. Oral replies to questions. Notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. Orders of the day.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42, subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methink the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Government business, sir.
Government business is the order of the day.
Order number 9, in the name of the Honourable Attorney General, to move the second reading of the Barbados Diamond Anniversary Honour Bill 2026.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend, endorse, and present what has become pretty much a tradition throughout the world. At significant milestones in the life of a country, sir, they tend to be used as an opportunity to honor and celebrate people, honor and celebrate achievements. And we did it for our 50th anniversary, and we are now approaching, sir, our 60th. So on 30th of November 2026, Barbados will commemorate 60 years of independence and 5 years as a republic. And these constitutional milestones represent the culmination of a country's democratic evolution and provide an opportunity to recognize Barbadians whose outstanding contributions have significantly advanced national development and strengthened the social, economic, cultural, and institutional foundations of Barbados. Sir, we had the Barbados Centennial Honor in 2000, and at that time, with the Centennial Honor, we recognized 100 Barbadians whose exceptional contributions helped shape modern Barbados. Then again in 2016, the government established the Barbados Jubilee Honor to commemorate the 50th anniversary of independence. And as I said, these, sir, we're not alone in this. This is part of a global way of establishing a framework for recognizing exceptional contributions at important milestones. Sir, it is anticipated that the Barbados Diamond Anniversary Honor will continue this proud tradition and will serve as the premier commemorative honor marking our Diamond Anniversary celebrations. Now, sir, what are we seeking to do? We're seeking to honor 120 persons on this occasion. I'll take us straight to the bill, sir, because the bill itself is actually quite explanatory. And we are seeking, with the Diamond Anniversary Honor, to honor, as I said, 120 individuals, including 60 individuals who are members of the Protective Services, which are the Protective Services, the Barbados Defense Force, the Anti-Corruption and Anti-Terrorism Agency, and the Financial Intelligence Unit in such proportions as the National Honors and Decorations Advisory Council determines. So there'll be 60 honors effectively for the uniformed services, sir. And whereas at the 50th anniversary, I think the awards were given pretty much to everybody, right? For the 60th anniversary, sir, across the entirety of the protective services, we are selecting 60 persons, and these will be put forward, I guess, by the leaders of their sectors. So the Chief of Staff will propose those on behalf of the BDF, the Commissioner of Police will propose those on behalf of the police, etc. And then the National Honors Committee, National Honors and Decorations Advisory Council will determine, sir, how many of each get to be awarded, and to be awarded through them. So this is not a political award. The government, while the Prime Minister is the final one to have the say, these persons are chosen based on merit and based on the departments that they actually exist in. Sir, and there will be as well 60 persons from Barbados, General Barbados. And for eligibility, sir, any individual who was born in Barbados, who is a citizen of Barbados, or who is entitled to be recognized as a citizen of Barbados, who has in any field of endeavor made an exceptional contribution to national development, rendered distinguished service to Barbados, demonstrated integrity, leadership, and exemplary conduct, or achieved distinction in his profession, occupation, or vocation. And importantly, the person cannot be a member of the Order of Barbados and has not received an order under the Barbados Jubilee Honours Act 2016. So this is not meant to double honor anybody. So pretty much, if you already have a national honor, you do not qualify to receive this honor. If you were given an honor in the Jubilee, under Jubilee's Honours Act, which was for the 50th anniversary, you can't receive under here again. So effectively, we're looking for persons who have not yet received an honor, who are eligible as to the eligibility criteria I defined just now. And just by way of explaining what in any field of endeavor means, the field of endeavor, sir, relates to sports, health, science and technology, agriculture, the environment, culture and heritage, faith-based service, charitable service, community development, youth development, business and entrepreneurship, labor relations, public administration and governance, national security, emergency service, service to Barbadian diaspora, and international relations and representation. So, what I also want to point out is that persons can nominate. Very often when the Independence Honours or honours come out, the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, who is on that advisory committee, sir, I think she chairs the committee, she's had to explain to people why people didn't get honours. People saying why you didn't nominate this person, why you didn't give this person an honour, an award, whatnot. And what people don't realize, sir, is that honours are usually done on nominations. So if you think somebody is deserving or worthy of an honor, it is incumbent upon you to actually submit or nominate that person and submit the application to the advisory committee, and that they can then consider the person ruling it. So not just in relation to this particular honor, but national honors generally. So the public of Barbados has a part to play in the persons who receive honors. I wish to say that again, sir, because we get it every single year when people say, when the honors come out, they say, but why you ain't nominate Davison Ishmael? Why Ramel Springer ain't get the gold star? If you, the members of the public, have somebody in your mind that you feel is deserving of any national honor, any of the normal categories under the Orders of Barbados, Order of Barbados, or in this particular instance, for the Diamond Anniversary celebration, sir, if you have somebody that you think is worthy in the criteria that I just read out, and I'm going to read it out again so people take it away, then please put that person's name forward. The protective services will take care of themselves. The nominations will be handled by the heads of their departments. But for the average person, as I said, there's 60 there, and then there's 60 for the general public. I'm going to read the category again. So the category, sir, any field of endeavor, you want the person, as I said, to have made an exceptional contribution to national development, rendered distinguished service, demonstrated integrity, leadership, and exemplary conduct, or achieved distinction in his profession, occupation, or vocation. In any of these fields of endeavor. Sports, it includes, so even if I don't call it here, if it stands reasonably to be considered, please put it in. So it includes, and we know that, sir, includes means includes but not limited to, as opposed to means. So the fields of endeavor includes sports, health, science and technology, agriculture, the environment, culture and heritage, faith-based service, charitable service, community development, youth development, business and entrepreneurship, labor relations, public administration and governance, national security, emergency services, service to the Barbadian diaspora, and international relations and representation. Now, people like to know where you can get this, sir. Well, sir, you would get a medal that you can wear formally. You also have the smaller insignia. So you have, like, for the big formal events, and the smaller medal. And also you get to put behind your name BDA. So every person upon whom the Barbados Diamond Anniversary Honor is conferred is entitled to have the letters BDA placed after his name, and his means his or her, on all occasions when the use of letters after a name is customary. And you are entitled to wear as a decoration the prescribed insignia for holders of the Barbados Diamond Anniversary Honor. Now, normally you use all the letters, sir, but Barbados Diamond Anniversary Honor was BDAH, which is a bit cumbersome. So to make it neater, sir, we reduced it to BDA, but you get to use those behind your name in the same way that persons who have a Gold Star of Merit or Most Honourable can do the same thing. Now, sir, it is an honor to be respected in the same way as we expect people to respect any of the other honors, and most honors, once conferred, stay with you for life, but they are revocable. So the President, acting on advice of the Prime Minister, may revoke the Barbados Diamond Anniversary Honor conferred on a person where the person brings Barbados into disrepute or engages in dishonorable conduct, or where the honor was obtained by fraud or misrepresentation. So when you're nominating somebody, please stick to the facts and don't embellish them, because if you propose somebody based on a fictitious set of facts and we find out, then the honor is going to be revoked. And you who receive the honor, especially when you're wearing the honor, you cannot comport yourself in a manner that is inconsistent with someone who has received a national honor, because that's what you've done. You receive an honor that the country has bestowed on you for exemplary service, integrity, and the like. Where the anniversary honor is revoked, the revocation should be recorded in the register of the Barbados Diamond Anniversary Honors as well. Sir, that basically is it. I promise not to keep my colleagues too long in here, sir. But once again, I say that this decision is made by the Advisory Council. This is not political. It is not the Cabinet making the decision. You submit if you want somebody or you have somebody you think are deserving. Please, this is the opportunity. The criteria for this one is real wide. Is real wide. If the person is an excellent citizen and have done good work and you think that they're deserving, chances are they stand to be considered for the honor. So please submit it. It doesn't have the narrow category, sir, that the Gold Star of Merit or the other honors have. This one is a wide one. So if you don't put the person's name forward, then they don't have a chance, right? If they are worthy of your consideration and you think they've done sterling work and are deserving of recognition, please put them forward. There are 60 open to the general public for this one, and as I say, 60 for the protective services. We keep speaking, sir, about, and our reference for this year is specifically in relation to 60 and 5, because while we're celebrating 60 years as an independent country, we're also celebrating 5 years as a republic, and we cannot celebrate one without the other. But at the end of the day, sir, this award is actually in recognition of the 60 years of independence. So is at the diamond end, which is 60. So that is why the focus is on the actual 60 years. But we will celebrate our independence, sir, as we do every year, and we'll be celebrating 60 years of independence and 5 years as a republic. So we call it fondly the 60 and 5 celebration. Sir, I would just say in wrapping up that this is customary. We did it before. We did it when we did it for the centennial. We did it for the 50 years, and we are now doing it for 60. This is not something that we alone do. Everybody does it. But for this year, we sought to limit the number to 60. Well, we accept in many instances the military gets, because generally at these things, everyone in the military gets. We said, no, we need, because especially we just went through the 50th, we need to be a bit more streamlined in it, and we need it to mean something. We don't want to dilute it. So we're giving 60 for the protective services, and we're giving 60 for General Barbados, and that creates the balance and the harmony. And I once again urge people to submit the names and have them considered. And sir, with that, I wish to commend the Barbados Diamond Anniversary honor to this chamber and to the people of Barbados as something worthy of entry into our laws and being applied in the manner that we had indicated. And with that, I do beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Sir, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of the bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Clauses 1 to 5, sir.
Sir, I beg to move that clauses 1 to 5. I beg to move that clauses 1 to 5 stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 6 to 10.
Sir, I beg to move that clauses 6 to 10 now stand part.
The question is that clauses 6 to 10 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Sir, I beg to move that you do a report to His Honour the Speaker in the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honourable members in favour, say aye.
I didn't catch that.
Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable Member Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Barbados Diamond Anniversary Honour Act 2026.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Order number 7, sir.
Honourable Leader government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we have come to the end of today's sitting, and I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 11th of August at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 11th of August, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think yes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, 11th day of August, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.